because on this day.
We need some of that.
Good night, everybody.
Yeah.
Good night. It's been fun. It's been real. It's been an adventure. But now I'm sorry to say it has to come to an end.
Yeah.
I got got a text from our old friend Bad Brad Wheeler yesterday.
I was Brad.
He said, I wanted to know you that I'm thinking of you. He was kind of sad because he said yesterday would have been Joe McQueen's 101st birthday.
Oh, that's right.
But I'm glad he wasn't here to see this.
Ooh.
He said he would have been heartbroken. I was thinking of you because I know you're going to have to go on the radio tomorrow, and what do you do?
How do you
What
do
do you
it?
say?
Exactly.
What do you do? What do you say? What do you? You can pontificate. You can moralize. You can express how heartfelt you are about everything. You can and good night. Good night, everybody.
No, because we need to talk about it. That's part of the problem. We can't step away. It's our duty to talk about it.
I don't know. Do I have a duty to anything anymore?
Sure you do.
I have to
I was
remain at my post.
I was actually worried about you specifically, Bill, this weekend.
Why is that?
Because I feel like your emotions have been at the surface lately. I feel like you've been affected by.
How
everything
dare
that's
you?
I talked
How
to my husband
dare
about
you?
this last night. I said, I'm kind of worried about Bill and how this is affecting him, because it's like a raw nerve. I feel like, I mean, for all of us, but I feel like you in particular have been extra affected by everything that's going on.
I don't know. I had this urge, this impulse to go downtown and be in the middle of it, so that I could say, "Oh, here's what happened," because it's almost unreal. It's 5 minutes away from where I live. Tops.
That's what I was concerned about you physically from all of it.
And I thought, well, I'm sitting there watching it on TV, and I'm going, maybe I should. This doesn't seem quite real. Maybe I should go see what it's about. It's entirely possible that somehow I might have been there, because it's supposed to be. There was supposed to be some sort of peaceful walk and march and so forth.
There was
Although,
earlier in the day.
Yes,
Earlier
she
in the
very
day it
nearly
was.
was down there. She was, said to me, says, "Could we go down there?" And I said, "Well, I got to record Geek Show on Saturday." And she was like, "Oh, well." I said, "What, you could go?" And she goes, "No, maybe not." She's like, "I'm glad I didn't know."
Although the local Black Lives Matter people or organizers say we didn't have anything to do with that. We didn't have anything to do with it. We'll talk about it in the news, but we have a lot of people coming on the radio today who can talk about it. We have Mayor Aaron Mendenhall, Salt Lake Mayor Mendenhall, coming on. Chief of Police Mike, right? Mike Brown.
Mm-hmm.
I always just call him Chief Brown. He'll be on the air today. I think the county sheriff, Rosie Rivera, also will join us at a certain point, and also
Amy,
Amy
Ben,
was.
I was going to say Ben McAdams, Congressman Ben McAdams as well.
Yeah, and Amy was down in it as well. She'll be here at 6:45. Amy Donaldson.
she wrote about it for the Deseret News.
So anyway, it's and we've got 5 hours of this, not 4.
Zeke's got a good
Five.
idea. Zeke's got a good idea. How about a list? Everybody
a
loves
list?
a list. Do we have a list, Hen?
Yeah, I'm sure I do. I have. As a matter of fact, there is a Salt Lake Tribune list. It's a guide to the graffiti that you.
Well, there you go.
It's a
Bureau
guide
of
to
Land
graffiti.
Management. Why are they marching with the Bureau of Land Management?
Thing is, though, there are radio and PD consultants across the nation who called their morning shows yesterday and said, just do fart jokes because everybody's tired, And I'm like, how irresponsible is that as broadcasters? How irresponsible is that?
Well,
Maybe we should. I know we're going to do check-ins here, and I'm sure people have a lot to say. Maybe we have a couple of opportunities for people to call in and talk about
sure.
it. this
Right
morning.
now, you could call in at 877-602-9696 and check in with us and express a thought or two. Maybe you can cheer me up.
There you go.
Because as Gina seems to think my emotions are too close to the surface right now.
No, don't you remember when we were talking to Dr. Rob Butters? You talked about this thing as being something that you could feel was coming. We discussed this very thing with him.
Oh, that's true. I did.
Yeah.
I did bring it up. I said, when is this going to start leading to social unrest? That's my fear.
Yeah,
and you said, oh, Bill, you were. Now I remember absolutely. Do we have to go there?
You've been worried this was coming. You saw it coming.
Well, I'm no social scientist, but there's a lot more going on here than just. Some of it is, it starts with a legitimate protest movement, and then people see their opportunity.
Yep. There's
Aha!
that.
We can stir this pot.
Yeah.
We can make this a problem.
Crossbow guy.
Wasn't
Well,
a
it was-
crossbow. Everybody should stop saying crossbow. It was
Bow and
a
arrow?
It was
Bow
a
and arrow
hunting.
guy.
It was a hunting bow or a bow and arrow. It wasn't a crossbow. Yeah, he was there to help. He was there to help the police.
Yeah. Thanks.
Well, he's going to be charged with the crime by the police.
I hope so.
He is. We'll talk to the police. Anyway, 877-602-9696. This is the number to call and check in with the Radio from Hell show and an opportunity for you to just express your feelings or make a comment or just say hi and pat me on the head and say, there, Bill, it's going to be all right. Okay?
Well, I just checked, Paul Castronovo's Twitter feed to see if
Well, our friend who does the big morning show in Florida.
in Miami, yeah.
Any polls this morning?
No, but you'll be happy to know about the pineapple poll. It's delicious, 78%. But no, he's actually got some pretty responsible takes on there. So good for Paul. I mean, they did have kind of a heated situation in Miami as well. So
A lot of places.
all right. Well, okay then. Let's trudge forward, shall we?
877-602-9696. Check in with the show.
Yes. Volkswagen Southtown, Gina.
Yes, Volkswagen Southtown. They've been giving me and my son different cars to drive, and the one we have right now is the 2020 Volkswagen GTI, and it's super cute and super fun to drive. You should go for a test drive in one, and once you test drive it, you will want one. And they've got you covered for getting you into that car. You can buy a new car now at Volkswagen Southtown, and you don't have to worry about not only your car payment, but any driving expenses like car insurance, maintenance, even gas for the rest of the year. Plus, get as low as 0% APR for 6 years. Interest rates and prices are low right now, but they will go up, so you want to take advantage of these incredible deals now and pay later at Volkswagen Southtown. It's the #1 Volkswagen dealer in Utah. Buy now, pay later, 0% for 6 years, 0 payments till 2021, and 0 driving expenses for the rest of the year. They even have 0% APR on used cars at Volkswagen Southtown.
Technology has evolved to the
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Today, we join our elders as they are about to encounter the Borg for the second time.
Man, these Borg ships sure are sparsely decorated and poorly lit.
Well, I sure hope we get to spend more time with the Borg this time. I mean, last time we didn't even get to the first discussion.
I am 5 of 7. I am here to show you the way.
Hey, that's why we're here too.
Hello, Mr. 5 of 7. We met your cousin 3 of 7 last time. I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know.
The Mormons.
Oh.
Yes, your exploits are known throughout the collective.
Hey, Lehigh, we're famous, huh?
All Borg are one. Whatever one experiences becomes available to all.
Well, that would speed up fast and testimony meetings. Say, where are you taking us?
To her chambers. She is expecting you.
I don't like the sound of that.
Welcome, elders. I have been anticipating your arrival.
Hi, ma'am. I'm Lehigh, and he's Butch.
Hi.
I have wonderful plans for you boys. Together we will rule over the perfect Borg galaxy.
Well, I hope this can wait until after our mission is over.
Ma'am, who exactly are you, and why do you have plans for us?
I am the Borg.
Well, I thought they were the Borg.
They are, and I am. And once we assimilate you two, you will be Borg as well.
Oh, I get it. He's a Borg, she's a Borg. Everywhere a Borg, old MacDonald had a Borg.
Knock it off, Butch.
Oh.
We better come up with a plan quick, or we're going to be assimilated.
Okay, Ms. Borg, tell you what. I'll give you my new fender flares and the luggage rack off of Lehigh's bike, and we'll just be on our way.
You will look cute in black rubber suits, and I have picked out some special prosthetic parts for each of you. Soon you'll be my lieutenants, my consorts, my special friends. Together we will assimilate the Federation, then the Romulans, then the Cardassians, and then whoever else we can find. And we will have fun doing it. Hook them to the assimilator.
Hey, come on, let us go!
Nothing like the assimilation of new young men to make one forget about how Locutus left me without saying goodbye.
Something is wrong. The assimilation process has failed. They have already been assimilated by a stronger force than the Borg.
Quick, shut down the machinery. The feedback could contaminate the collective. What have you done to my beloved collective?
Well, once you hooked us up to that gizmo over there, all of our experiences were spread throughout the entire Borg race.
Lehigh and I were able to bear our testimonies to more than 7 billion beings at one time.
It was kind of like General Conference, except without the crying babies and the old people going to sleep.
Yeah.
We not only got to give the first discussion to the Borg, but to pretty much teach the whole gospel to all of them at once. Could it be? Have the Borg finally met their match? Could Butch and Lehigh be immune to the assimilation process? Tune in next time to hear the Borg say...
I am Elder 5 of 7, and this is my companion 4 of 9. We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
No! You've turned the most feared race in the galaxy into a bunch of jello-loving, suburban-driving moral goody-goodies. About me, I was queen. I was the most powerful being in the galaxy, ruler of an entire race of warriors. What am I supposed to do now?
Well,
Well, I guess you are now the most powerful Relief Society president in the galaxy. Congratulations. Gotta go.
Bye-bye, sister.
On the next artificial limb attaching episode of Space Elders!
Okay, 6:20. Let's get it over with.
We shall. Do we have check-ins at all? 877-602-9696. Looks like we do. We'll get to those in just a second then. But first, let's officially begin the show. Gina?
For decades, the Downtown Farmers Market has been a place to connect with our community, meet the people that grow our food, and celebrate Utah's agricultural heritage. Right now, the future of the Downtown Farmers Market is at risk. Learn more and donate by visiting slcfarmersmarket.org.
The moon is 76.2% of full, on its way to being a full moon on the 5th of June. The moon will rise today at 4:13 p.m. Today being Monday, it's the first day of June in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ 2020. And it's National Olive Day. So why don't you drop an olive in a glass of gin, call it a martini, and slurp it down in an attempt to forget the world with the Lords of Morning Radio. Kerry Jackson, and this show is better if you're drunk listening to it.
I think so.
Much better. Kerry Jackson, Bill Allred, and Gina Barberi. Katie, for short, is a beer girl, and she's producing the show. And in the other room, in the producer's booth, we have Cynthia and Miriam.
Today is also my wife's birthday.
Oh, happy birthday, Sue.
Happy birthday, Suzanne. And also Ripley's birthday.
Huh, what a coincidence.
It's not. We had to pick a day.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, you don't know. Nobody knows.
Also, Bill.
Yes.
These are very popular birthday cards.
Well, where did you get that? So that's exactly the card my mother-in-law gave me for my birthday. Where did you find it?
This is from Sue's sister.
There you go.
She got it.
Read it. Read the words so people can.
Hope your birthday's really something to taco about.
And it should be taco bout.
And it's got a taco with a face on it.
Yeah. And then inside it says something about tamale.
Celebrate like there's no tamale.
Yep. There you go. Yep. Well, I take my mother-in-law is among the trendsetters then, apparently. All right. Check-ins?
Let's begin with Shane.
Shane, good morning.
Well, good morning to you, and happy birthday to your wife, Carrie.
Oh, thank you.
Dog. Can't forget
Yes.
the dog.
Can't forget Ripley, no.
It's something to taco about.
So this is what I don't understand.
Mm-hmm.
Peaceful protesting is fine. Do not blow up your city. Do not take other people's jobs away. That's the point right there.
Yeah, well,
I just don't understand that.
Well, there are sinister forces at work. This is not what.
You know, somehow Ogden had that take a knee protest at the same
peaceful.
time, and it didn't deteriorate. It seemed to go well, and who knows what the differences are in those places, but
That was fine. That was a good protest.
The differences are who's around to stir things up. Who's around to stir things up.
take advantage of the situation.
Yeah, I don't know who was behind it, but and once a couple of sparks are ignited, then people go, oh, look what's happening. I'm going to get it in my car and go down there and do some of that. Won't that be fun? I've always wanted to loot.
Well, I was down there, and I wasn't protesting. I was just seeing what was going on like some other people. But once they were just getting violent, I took off. I didn't want to stay down there.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Shane, I'm glad you're okay, and thanks for listening.
I'm glad you guys are good, too. You're welcome. You guys have a great day.
Thanks for listening.
You.
See ya.
Let's go to Scott.
Hi, Scott.
Good morning. How are you?
Fine. Thanks for checking in.
I'd like a sweet this morning. I think it's warranted to get something feeling me a little better.
What
Okay.
would that be?
Well, just all the stress, everything that's happening. Me and my wife have both been working through this entire thing, and now we have to worry about unrest too.
Mm-hmm.
And it's been a rough couple of months for me and my household. We're still hunkered down. Her parents live with us; they're high risk, so we have to act like we're still under siege.
Mm-hmm.
And we work for the medical, so
Oh,
been
you're
nuts.
both
But I
in the
want to
medical.
tell Bill they're there. It'll be okay. And Carrie, Gina, you guys know somebody who can pat him on the head to make that message sink in?
Here, I'll do it. Don't.
Oh,
don't.
thank you. If you go to x96.com/live, they're patting me on the head right now.
There you go, Bill.
Oh, good.
So both you and
Otherwise,
your
it
wife
just
are in the
doesn't count.
medical. Both you and your wife are in
We're in
the
a medical
profession?
support field, so our jobs were considered essential, and we were told by our employers, you need to work, don't take any vacation right now. Things got nuts for us. It's been crazy.
Well, do you like pineapple?
I do. I would vote that up if I lived anywhere near Florida, but thank God I don't.
All right. Yeah, no kidding. All right. Well, thanks for checking in with us.
Oh, thank you for keeping us all sane during this. Keep doing what you're doing.
Okay. Thank you. See ya.
I don't know what we're doing exactly. 877-602-9696. And, yeah.
I heard from our my wingman Dick Clark, who
How's he?
He's doing okay. He says you guys it's your job to keep us sane. It's basically the gist of what he's talking about here.
That's another burden to carry, though. We're
he
just as
says-
confused as you are.
He says, because I'm vulnerable, that makes me trustworthy.
Oh,
Is that it?
Yeah,
Oh,
I think
okay.
well,
He's
it's
a real
probably
person.
true. It's probably yeah. I'm trustworthy. I won't lie to you. I'm a terrible liar. I'm just a terrible liar. Can't do it.
Okay. Well, I guess enough of you have checked in that we can go forward. Let's get this over with. And coming up, we do have Big Boy News and Opinioendo next. And Amy Donaldson will be here. She usually does sports for us, but she was right down in it. And
she interviewed some protesters.
Yes, and wrote many a story about it. So as soon as Amy calls in, we'll get her right in there, and we'll see what she saw on the ground. All right, it is 6:27, X96.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! In this episode, we find our elders rendezvousing with Zone Leader Hansen on some distant planet in the BFE sector. Hey, Butch, what you got there?
Oh, it's a care package for my folks. You know, my mom means well, but she just doesn't understand the physics involved in sending stuff from home.
Well, what you mean?
Well, the cookies she sent are fine. They're hard as a rock, just the way I remember them. It's the lime jello with shredded carrots in it that causes problems. You know, even in Tupperware, this stuff goes bad after a week in hyperspace. Missionaries who have eaten this stuff have been known to develop a form of space madness.
Wow. Oh, look, here comes Zone Leader Hansen right now.
I have discovered the most incredible object. It allows us to view any period in the history of any planet. We can research early church history. This discovery will allow me to get reassigned back to Earth and leave you two losers far behind.
Great. Glad to hear it. What's that have to do with us?
Since you weren't having much luck in the field, I figured that you wouldn't mind watching my discovery while I go back to Starbase 182 and file my report. Hey, are you eating while I'm talking to you? Give me that.
Sorry.
Say, green jello, it's carrot shavings. I haven't had this since I left home.
But sir, I think you ought to know that...
Quiet, Lehigh. He's eating.
Shut up, the both of you, right now. This jello tastes funny.
He's gone mad. He's got space madness. We better go after him.
Okay. Hey, what's that thing right there?
You mean that natural arch that seems to be showing the History Channel?
Yeah, that thing. What is it?
I believe that who is it would be a more appropriate question.
Is that you that said that, Butch?
No. It must have been the natural arch over there. Okay, I'll play. Who are you, and what have you done with Zone Leader Hansen?
I am the guardian of forever. Hansen has entered through me into your world's past.
Entered through you?
Well, I guess we can get back to tracking now, huh, Lehigh?
No, we most certainly can't.
Huh?
We need to get Zone Leader Hansen back and cure his Jello-induced space madness.
Come on now, Lehigh. He was a little weird before my mom's Jello. Are we sure he's sick?
Where in our world's history is Hansen now, Guardian?
He was asking questions about Mormon history and about lime jello in particular. He entered as I was showing him the Relief Society meeting where sisters first began to experiment with lime jello.
Well, if he disturbs that meeting, the timeline of church history could be permanently changed. Let's go, Butch. Will Zone Leader Hansen change church history? Can Butch and Lehigh get him to go before he does? Will the Relief Society let Hansen anywhere near their test kitchen? Tune in next time to hear Relief Society President Mulestein say...
I'm at a loss, sisters. We've tried shredded beets, cauliflower, radishes, eggplant, zucchini, and rutabaga. Nothing seems to go with this new lime jello stuff.
Excuse me, sister. I think we can help.
I don't think we should go against the Prime Directive, Bush.
How did you get in here? One wrong move and you'll see the business end of my skillet. Just like the last kid who wandered in here and tried to tell us how to conduct our business.
Other kid? Oh, hey, it's Zone Leader Hansen. She's knocked him out cold.
Nice going, ma'am. Wish I'd have been here to see it. Tell you what, we'll get him out of your way and you can go back to doing what you were doing. Oh, yeah, and you might want to try shredded carrots.
I warned you about meddling.
She's got a skillet. Run for it. Run. On the next liposuctioning episode of Space Elders.
All right, 6:32, and we got Amy Donaldson calling in. She was deep in the thick of it all through the weekend and writing about it, and she'll tell us what she saw coming up. But right now, big boy news and Opinioendo, brought to you by
Iconoclad has sold filtered pollution masks for years and now carries washable face masks for adults and children. Shop online at iconoclad.com or walk up to the window, 4th East, 3rd South.
I had a really nice email about Iconoclad. It was, I know where it is. Let me just mention that before we move on, because it's a nice thing from a person who listens to the show and has a good experience with the client. Apparently ordered some masks from there it is. Please feel free to use my name as a longtime friend of the program. We'll get to news in a second. I frequently support your advertisers and sponsors, and this usually has turned out in my favor. This time, though, one of your sponsors has gone too far. It says here. I ordered 2 masks from Iconoclad a couple of weeks ago after they were featured on your show. Well, when the package arrived later that week, there was only 1 mask in there and a beer koozie. Well, I emailed the shop right away and explained the mix-up. I offered to simply repurpose the koozie into a mask, but was concerned that my beer would then be too warm. Immediately, I received an email apologizing for the incorrect order, and expressing additional concern for the temperature of my beer. Later that week, I received the missing mask, as well as a lovely handwritten note and a fistful of kitten stickers.
A fistful of kitten stickers?
I just wanted to let you know. I hope that you will continue to let your listeners know what a great business Iconoclad is, and deserving of all of our support.
Nice.
Deserving of all of our support. Thanks very much. Take care, Lisa Marie.
So, thank you, Lisa.
That was nice, and that's happy to share that with you, and we'll send it on to Iconoclad. What are we doing here? Do we have to?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, I guess I'll begin with a really serious story. ABC insiders are extremely worried, and I am too, that Ryan Seacrest is overdoing it. I mean,
take a break, Ryan.
Man, I mean, he's the hardest working man in show business. We know that. And he rarely takes a day off, so when an unscheduled one from co-hosting live with Kelly Lee Gifford on May 18th. Oh, no, wait, it's Kelly Ripa. Yeah. On May 18th, there was cause for alarm at the show's network. Live is set to go on a weeks-long scheduled hiatus next month, and sources close to Seacrest and within ABC say the timing couldn't be better because the network, the people at the network, are extremely worried that he's overdoing it. People underestimate just how much work Ryan puts in every day. Right now, he wakes up at 4 in the morning. He has a producer meeting by 5, has to be ready to film at 6. L.A. time as Live goes on the air at 9 Eastern time, then the radio show every day. In addition to hosting Idol and additional content for his platforms, he definitely needs to adjust his body clock. I hope he takes this advice, because the world can be going up in flames, but if we lose Ryan, we're in big trouble.
Ryan, it's really easy. When the beauty pageant in a small town somewhere in Idaho calls to ask you to MC, you can say no.
It's okay.
It's okay to say, no, I've got plenty on my plate right now.
I think Ryan should take one of the buckets of money that he's been handed and just go away for a while.
I think so.
Just take a bucket of money and go away for a while. Don Gamble, when he arrived in Salt Lake City and saw profanity against police stretched across the state of Utah sign on the Capitol grounds, he became very emotional. It shames me. It totally shames me. It's a shame that people have to express themselves like this. There are other alternatives, he said. The former corrections officer from Kaysville drove down to the state capitol early Sunday and joined other volunteers scrubbing off the spray paint. It's my taxpayer money that pays for this stuff, and I feel it's my obligation to do what's right, not what's wrong. He was one of several groups downtown finding ways to help out and undo damage inflicted on public sites when 1,000 protesters the night before marched against, ostensibly marched against police brutality and for justice in the killing of George Floyd in Minneapolis. Salt Lake City was placed under curfew by Mayor Mendenhall. Curfew extended to 6 o'clock this morning, but parts of downtown are still closed, right, Gina?
Yeah, the eastbound 4 South remains closed at State Street. They say they're going to reopen it at 7 a.m.
So, I mean, early in the day, hundreds of people peacefully marched from the city police department to the state capitol to protest the death of George Floyd. Utahns Against Police Brutality had organized the day's protest as a car caravan. However, the protest later spilled out onto the streets as more people arrived than could be contained in cars. The protest continued for the next 11 hours. At 6:30 p.m. news conference, Utah officials condemned Floyd's death and supported the right of peaceful protest. However, Governor Herbert and others on a Zoom meeting called for the protesters to disperse. Police officers from 13 cities, unified police, and up to 200 National Guardsmen were called up to enforce the law in the capital city. So a couple of things that I read about this. As the violence escalated, protesters overturned a Salt Lake City police car and set it on fire. That was at 2nd East and 4th South. Protesters gathered around the car chanting, and this is how you know that this was a protest about the death of a black man in Minneapolis. At one point, a woman climbed up on top of the car, dropped her bikini bottom, and relieved herself on the car. So that's how you know that she was there. She was there to seriously protest the.
That's quite a protest, though. You have to admit that's quite a.
Yeah. And then later on, a guy shows up with a bow and arrow, drives his car into the crowd and starts, and there's video of it.
Yeah. Multiple videos of it.
Starts aiming his bow and arrow at people, and he was immediately pounced on by the crowd, and they started beating him. Now the police pulled him out, so that, I mean, they probably would have killed him. But the police pulled him out to save him, and in the meantime, then the crowd turns over his car and torches it. So there you go.
Of course,
I know Amy has more on that specifically. We're going to talk
to her. He yelled "All lives matter" before he started firing arrows.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. All lives matter.
All lives
matter. And then now Salt Lake City police officers is being investigated, and the chief, will have him on later, Mike Brown, said he's seen this video and it was inappropriate. It's very inappropriate, and we've pulled that cop and we're investigating. But there is video of a police officer pushing down an old man.
With a cane. He had a cane.
Yeah, he had a cane on his arm.
Jesus.
The old man had a cane, and the police turned him around, said, go back the other way. And he started walking away slowly, and then this officer nudged him with his shield. He had one of those riot shields, and the old man kind of stumbled, and the cop hit him again with it, nudged him again with it, and he fell down. So that'll be, and again, nobody in the Salt Lake police. You know, as I watched, and I don't know, Amy could probably talk more about this too, as I watched how the police were trying to respond to this, all in all, it seemed to me that they were being pretty responsible. Pretty responsible.
And let it happen.
Yeah.
Until it started getting violent. They
then at some point they decide we're going to have to, but they didn't attack. They just moved the crowd, just kept moving forward, and so as the crowd then gets kind of pushed into Washington Square there by the municipal building, out towards State Street, and then finally people just started going away, just leaving, as the police presence pushed them back into the park. And by pushing, I mean they just kept advancing with their shields and their visors on, and kept moving. There was some firing of non-lethal, although they can do pretty bad damage if those rubber bullets. They can they can hurt you. There was some shooting of that.
But that was just here. I mean, I was shocked at the protests going on in other cities in the country where there were a couple instances of cars being driven into there was a tanker truck driven into a group.
And that was in Minneapolis, yeah.
Yeah.
In Boston, there was a car driven into the protesters.
Protests around the White House in Washington D.C. They had to take Donald Trump down into the bunker, briefly. Mr. President, we better get you someplace safe. What? We've got to get you someplace safe. Oh, I've always wanted to see the bunker. So that was brief. Yeah. And
DC's on fire. Have you seen some of those pictures?
Yeah.
There are fires burning all around the White House.
And so I was excited yesterday because the Dragon rocket being launched from Cape Canaveral. And I went to my TV and turned on NASA TV live for the launch. And it was, well, I don't know, I forget what time in the morning it was yesterday that I watched this. And I watched it, and it goes off, and I watch these two guys and this rocket heading toward the International Space Station, and I think about this immense effort being made to do this, and how hundreds of people are working together to pull off something so tricky, so magical in a way. Hundreds of people working together, doing every little detail, making sure every little detail is right. And I thought, we can do this. Why can't we get this right about racism? Why can't we work together to get other things right about this country? Why can't we work together like that toward a common goal?
We can.
I've seen no evidence of it. Show me the evidence. I don't see it.
It's possible. It's possible. Don't be hopeless. It's possible.
Yeah.
Things are slowly getting better. Very slowly, not fast enough. I don't know if you saw that Killer Mike guy in Atlanta.
That's required viewing.
I retweeted it. And I'm not sure who he is, a community activist of some kind.
No, Killer Mike, he's a hip-hop artist. Run the Jewels is his project.
I've heard of that, yeah.
He talked about, I don't know if it was his grandfather or his uncle or somebody, that was one of the first African-American police officers in Atlanta who had to go to the YMCA to get dressed for work every day because the white officers in the Atlanta Police Department wouldn't get dressed in the same locker room as him. But then, you go to work together, and that's better. I mean, things slowly are getting better. Little incrementally things are getting better, but not fast enough.
Oh, great. I can get dressed in the same locker room now.
I know. I'm just saying that has changed. It
is changed, but they still. So okay, you can get dressed in the locker room, but I'm going to resent the hell out of it.
Right, I know.
I'm going to resent the hell out of it.
I'm just
and I'll
saying,
let you know.
Don't say that it can't get better, because it's
Minneapolis police. Minneapolis police were led by I've got his name here. He was a cop. Now he's the head of the the police union in Minneapolis.
I know where you're going.
And he spoke at a Donald Trump rally. He has been a big vocal Donald Trump supporter. And Minneapolis cops, look, he's the head of the union.
Mm-hmm. We do have Amy on the phone.
Ms. Donaldson.
Hello.
Amy Donaldson.
Hi,
everybody.
Amy. How are you?
Hello. Good morning.
Amy normally would do sports right about now, but you were you were down in the thick of things yesterday or Saturday, were you not?
I was. They called a few extra reporters in, and I picked between Library Square and the Capitol, and it seemed like most of the crowd was moving to the Capitol, so that's where I headed. And it turned out to be two totally different protests, really. Mm-hmm. I think it's important to note that the people who organized this, Utahns Against Police Brutality, and I think some of those people overlap with Black Lives Matter here in Utah, that they had an objective, and they felt they handled themselves, I thought, in a really compelling and thought-provoking way. There were other people who got involved for whatever reason. People are angry about a lot of things. I mean, keep in mind we got, all of us have been locked up for 3 months. With people have lost their jobs. There's a lot of stuff going on, and so there was some other stuff. And I asked one of the organizers who was up at the Capitol about the tagging of the Capitol and some of the other peripheral stuff, the pooping on the police car, that kind of stuff. And she said, I try not to be judgmental about other people's anger. We want to be heard. We want to have our issues discussed. We want to talk to police about transparency and understanding why they do what they do. She'd lost a cousin. I don't know if you guys remember the shooting down in Wellington where the police officer in Carbon County shot a young man. That was her cousin, and so she had been directly impacted by officer-involved shooting. So I just think it's important when we talk about these things not to focus too much of the attention. These people have been waiting a long time to have their grievances aired and have the media attention that they're getting and really have the nation be committed to making some positive changes. And I hate to see it get hijacked by idiots who take a poop in public. I've asked people to post that stuff on my page. It's hard because it's happening, and like I told someone, we have to cover it if someone flips a car and starts it on fire. Like that's if guys pointing a bow and arrow at a bunch of people, and that goes. We have to cover those things, but I think it's important to remember that we're in some ways we're allowing this to continue because we've now shifted to, is it right to tag the Capitol versus what can you do to instill confidence in the way people police, disadvantaged socially and minority community neighborhoods? Because those are the issues that they came there to talk about, and it was unfortunate, but I also saw a lot of amazing conversations being had with police officers up at the Capitol. There were a lot of, it was a mixed bag. It's definitely not a monolith.
Yeah, it's. I think it's pretty telling what you were saying there about people being frustrated and because of being locked up in their homes and because of the coronavirus, and a lot of that frustration probably contributed to what happened when things got violent. But I don't know, the police force in Salt Lake. I've always been pretty confident about them in terms of how they deal with things. They seem to not overreact usually. I mean, you're going to find problems in whatever kind of organization you have, be it the police, or, but they seem to try to do things in a measured way and not, and they're conscious of the fact that things can be racially motivated. I mean, they try to take all of that into account, I think. I mean, maybe I'm praising them, but I've
Amy,
always
I read that that woman you were talking about, that you said that she particularly, you witnessed a good conversation she was having a police officer. What did that look like?
She went down the line, and I shared some pictures on my Twitter account. I have some more. It was difficult to share some photos because of the things that were happening. I feel like people get focused on the F word and then they miss the point of what we're trying to share. So I was trying to be careful about that. Same with videos. But she went down the line and just engaged almost every single officer who stood on the front line. So what happened is when the protesters first went up there, people tagged I think they call it like the grand staircase, or that's right as you go in the doors of the Capitol. Yeah. And that's like really old, beautiful granite. And so the troopers who protect the Capitol decided to push the crowd down to that first platform. So there was a line of officers, I don't know, maybe 30 officers, and then there was another line of officers behind them, 3 or 4 stairs up. And she engaged anybody on that front line, and that's what she did for hours. I mean, I was there all afternoon until they dispersed the crowd, and she left maybe an hour before curfew. She asked people to leave, to go home, to continue their activism, to come to meetings, to get involved, to vote, all that stuff. But she engaged every officer, and some of the conversations, some of the officers wouldn't respond. They didn't look at her, they didn't talk to her, they wouldn't give her the time of day. Other officers would say, I'm not going to give you my opinion, but a lot of the officers did have conversations. One of them had a wife who was a person of color, and he said, I feel like I do need to be better educated about this because I have to raise my kids here. But I saw other people. There was a homeless black guy who led literally one of the best conversations I have heard in recent memory on institutional racism with a Hispanic young man who's a college student, with a Native American kid, and a white firefighter who showed up he wanted to join the police in protecting the Capitol. It was and like the woman from Black Lives or from Utahns Against Police Brutality said, this is how we undo what we've done. This is how we dismantle the system. We have these conversations. We get real with each other about what's happening, and that people are suffering, they're in pain, they feel frustrated, they feel afraid. I have my podcast partner Jason Lee was down at 4 South at the City County building all afternoon while I was up there, and he wrote a piece in the Deseret News about what it's like to live in fear of your life. I mean, he won't go to certain states, he won't drive certain places. He told me he doesn't watch those videos anymore because he feels so traumatized by it. He got scared when he saw the lights behind him and drove off the wrong exit in Nevada. I mean, we don't even really understand what it is like to live in fear of the people who are supposed to protect us. My dad's a cop. My sister's a cop. It hurts me to know that they're that afraid, and we just have to fix it. And so that's why I think channel your energy to join one of these movements, join the NAACP, listen to France Davis and Sandra Hollins, who's a representative, and what they're asking of you. Like, you can do a lot of good, and you don't have to go out and do anything crazy. And I'll tell you what, I felt more at risk of COVID-19 at that protest than I felt in 3 trips to the Navajo Nation.
I'm sure.
Wow.
This is going to do tremendous damage to what they've tried to do with social distancing and the lockdown.
Well, Amy, thanks, and thank you for your insight on that. And
read her articles in the Deseret News.
Yes.
She has a couple of them on this.
And
Thanks, guys.
Say hello to Jason for us.
By the way, we did have sports. There was motocross up at the Rice Eccles. You can only watch it on NBC, though. There's no spectator sports yet, but college football is on track to be back, barring a massive outbreak, which I'm a little worried we're going to have now.
Yeah, we are. We are.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Also, holy moly. Holy moly is sports on TV right now, the miniature golf show. So watch that. I enjoy it. All right, thank you, Amy.
Okay.
Thanks, Amy.
All right.
Thanks, Amy.
Let's get some traffic going. Gina, would you?
Delays on northbound Bangor Highway from the 201 freeway to California Avenue due to malfunctioning traffic lights at Bangor in California. Traffic is affected in all directions. More cars are heading to the north. Eastbound 4 South closed at State Street. That is supposed to reopen at 7. I'll keep watching that to see if that actually happens or if they decide to delay it a little longer. Now through June 10th, Scott Hale is offering a $39 AC tune-up. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
All right, we will take a break. We will be back. Round one of your boners coming up next hour. Big boy news, opinioendo, all on the way.
If you want to talk about some of this stuff, I think we have a break here. We could talk about it. If you want to call us at 877-602-9696 and just express your thoughts about what's going on, you could do that.
Yeah, feel free. We're here till 11. 6res.com.
Well, right now there's nothing more important than clean. I would think you would agree. And so Zero Res is open. They're an essential business, and their number one priority is to help as many people stay clean as possible. So that's why Zero Res has continued to clean for homes and offices. Zero Res has achieved the highest rating in laboratory tests. It's proven that their method cleans better than any other. So carpets, tile, upholstery, and other surfaces, Zero Res has been in all of our homes, and they do a great job. The team at Zero Res is here for you. Right now they'll clean 3 rooms and then do the 4th one for free. So Zero Res cleans 3 rooms and then clean the 4th one for free. $33 per room and the 4th room free. So contact Zero Res today. It's ZeroResSaltLake.com, ZeroResDavisWeber.com, or 801-288-0.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of 2 such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Today, we find our elders tracting on the ice planet Hoth. Oh, man, it's cold out here. Why is it so cold?
It's an ice planet, Lehigh. What do you expect?
Oh, I'm sure glad my mom sent me these mittens.
And Zone Leader Hansen has sent us to some pretty dismal places before, but this has got to be the worst. Well, I hope that this Wampa fella lets us in and offers us some piping hot postum.
You know, these tauntaun thingies smell funny, and they're just not very comfortable to ride. I wish our hyperbikes hadn't frozen up. Let's see, third cave on the left, just past the second snowdrift. Yep, this must be it. Hello? Hello, Mr. Wampa?
I don't suppose his first name is Willie, do you? See, Willie Wampa. What? Hello, anybody home? Hey, pal, that's my ride home you're having for lunch.
You must be Mr. Wampa. Hi, I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is my companion, Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
Look out, Butch! Oh, man, he knocked you down. That's going to leave a mark. Excuse me, Mr. Wampa, all we want is just a couple minutes of your time. Oh!
Oh, man. Where am I? Oh, heck. Hey, Lehigh, wake up.
Oh.
Wake up.
Oh, what in the flip?
This is just great. Here we are, hanging upside down, stuck to the roof of a Wampa cave, our feet frozen in what appears to be Wampa spit, while my ride home gets eaten by Mr. Wampa out there.
Yuck, I don't think this Wampa spit's ever going to come off my wingtips. Hey, there's somebody stuck to the ceiling behind you.
Huh? Hey, it's that farm boy from Tatooine. Hey, Luke, wake up.
Huh? Ben?
No, not Ben, it's me, Butch. I don't suppose you got a plan to get us out of here, do you?
If I could just reach for my lightsaber. There. So much for the element of surprise.
Hey, look, your dad, Darth Vader, cut off Lehigh's arm with one of those things. Cut him some slack.
Will Butch and Lehigh ever escape from Wampa Cave? Will Luke cut Lehigh's arm off just for the fun of it? Will our elders ever get the Wampa spit off of their wingtips? Tune in next time to hear Lehigh say... Oh, thanks, Luke. For a minute there, I figured we was Wampa Chow.
Luke.
Ben?
Luke.
Ben, is that you?
You will go to the Dagobah system.
Mr. Kenobi? Dagobah? I've never even heard of it.
It's a swamp planet. You're not missing much.
You must seek out Yoda and continue your training.
But I've already been to the MTC. Ben? Yoda? Dagobah?
Mr. Kenobi, are you sure? I mean, we've already been to Dagobah.
Hold on. I've got some problems here. Luke, you go to Dagobah and seek Yoda. Butch, Lehigh, you go thaw out your hyperbikes and continue tracting. I should have gotten Jedi call waiting.
On the next bone-chilling episode of Space Elders!
All right, 7:04. Round one of your boners coming up. Big boy news. Stand by for that. Also, Mayor Aaron Mendenhall will be on the phone at about 7:45. We're also going to be hearing from Congressman Ben McAdams this morning and Sheriff Rivera. coming up as well. Also, Police Chief Mike Brown coming up later in the show.
And you can call 877-602-9696 if you just want to talk about things. Maybe you were at the protest. Maybe
Cynthia was there.
Oh,
Cynthia. Hi, Cynthia. How are you?
I am. We're hanging out.
Cynthia is our intern, I guess you'd call her. There she is, x96.com/live, across the room. And Cynthia, you were downtown during all of that. Why?
I went down about 4:30 to see the spectacle of the flipped police car. Much like you, Bill, I, kind of wanted to see it.
Well, I didn't really. Seeing it on TV, it didn't seem quite real, but I knew it was, and that was enough for me. So you went to see the overturned police car.
Yes, I went down about 4:30, saw the protest, and about 5, that's when the riot police showed up. Mm-hmm. I was directly to the left of the old man when he got pushed over. I witnessed that, which was very scary. The riot police showed up in full riot gear, jumped out of their vehicle, were immediately confrontational. There was no time to sort of process what was happening before there was a man yelling in my face to move.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was time. It was time to clear it up.
Absolutely.
There was time for people to go home, and I think they were pretty firm about that at that point. Did you? I mean, I had the sense when I watched that when they arrived and they were cleaning it up, essentially, that it was very deliberate and very determined, but probably not. Nobody was being overly violent with people in general.
Yes. However, I would have liked to see a little bit more, please move on, rather than yelling in my face to move out of the way.
You felt like they should have given you a little more.
Excuse me, ma'am, would you mind?
Yes.
Or everybody, we're going to start moving out. If you could please move. And then if you didn't move, then maybe would have been the time for.
Yeah, they immediately jumped out of their vehicle, were immediately confrontational. And, I was very scared. And, of course, I, followed instructions and moved on and was on my way home when I witnessed, all the police cars flooding downtown and then starting to shut down for South and when things really started to escalate.
Now, does your father know you did this?
Yeah, I haven't spoken to him since Saturday. I'm a little scared.
Yeah, he's now, if he's listening to the show, he's now going to find out, and you're in trouble.
I mean, I didn't have any intentions of being in the middle of a riot.
Well, you know how I avoided being in the middle of a riot? By not going anywhere near it.
Yeah.
That's how I avoided it.
I did it. It happened. I witnessed history. It was an experience, and
you came out of it alive.
Luckily, yeah.
And I think there's a lot of Cynthias out there that's why they were there. They heard it was happening and went down to check it out. And
there are a lot of Cynthias. There are a lot of Cynthias who become collateral damage.
Unfortunately, and I do recognize that I am very lucky that nothing happened.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Cynthia.
Thank you.
Go back to the booth. Do we have somebody on the phone who wants to chat about this?
Yeah, Bradshaw wants to talk about it.
Okay, Bradshaw, make it good.
Hey guys, my point of view is you could take any group of people you want, and there's going to be some bad apples in there. Mm-hmm. Cops, protesters, people that go to church. There's always somebody bad in the group.
People that go to church, is that what you said?
Yeah.
No, any.
Yeah. To make the point. You're right. Yeah, to make the point.
And then, so you could see the instigators on that live video or the live news I was watching.
Yeah, I know.
There were some people that if I would have been the cops, I would have singled them out because the mob mentality gets going and it's unstoppable.
I mean, there were people there, obviously there. They were only there to stir things up. They were there to cause trouble. That was their only.
Well, I don't understand because those people were easy to spot. The way I saw it, but why didn't the cops take them out instead of bothering your producer or your Cynthia?
Because they show up on scene and they don't know. They see a group of people and they don't know. It takes.
And
it's a confusing situation.
But it's also a matter of, so you start grabbing some people who you think are being the instigators, and that gets other people upset. Hey, you can't do that.
Yeah.
So it's like throwing gasoline on a fire.
Gas on the fire. Well, there's still going to be bad apples everywhere, but I never expected this from Salt Lake City.
Even at
I knew
church.
L.A. and Minneapolis, but Salt Lake, I thought we were smarter than that.
Well, but there are people in Salt Lake that have experienced some of the things that people are protesting about everywhere. We're not immune to it here, for sure.
Yeah,
we're not.
absolutely.
Yeah, because the bad apples are everywhere. So
Even in
that's
church.
just my take.
All right, Bradshaw, thank you.
Thanks. Bye.
877-602-9696. Were you there, like Cynthia? And, I know. I believe our friend Dr. White was at the early part of the protest, I think, and I saw him tweet something about this is, what's happening here is not what this protest is about.
It started out as something else, and it evolved, clearly.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd say it evolved. It
didn't
devolved.
evolve. It
Yeah,
devolved.
it devolved.
Deteriorated.
It disintegrated into just a riot.
I mean, I know Bill's was probably the closest to it, but even my husband and I went and sat out on our front porch. We could hear the commotion. We could smell smoke. We could hear helicopters. We could. It felt close to where we are.
It was dangerous.
Yeah. I would just really recommend that you find that Killer Mike speech that he gave.
I retweeted it.
In Atlanta. It's like I said, it's like 10 minutes long. Really sums it up. Really sums it up nicely, I think.
I can retweet it again, and I also retweeted, and I know Carrie did the same thing. Trevor Noah, I think you did that one too, right, Carrie?
I thought I did, but I guess I didn't. Retweet that one as well. Trevor Noah has I think it's 10 or 15 minutes on it that he does from his couch, and also explains it really well for people who are going, why? I don't understand why it gets this way. Why does it get this way? Well, there's a reason. And to sum it up simply, hey, we tried taking a knee and you called us a son of a bitch. We tried that quietly and you didn't like that, So.
Here, I'll retweet both of those.
Yeah,
They're
let's
both
quickly.
important to watch.
Let's quickly go to Vanessa.
Hi, Vanessa.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I am married to a man who grew up in South America, moved here when he was almost 30. So he has an accent. He has brown skin. And I just want to, a couple things. Number one, when we say, not to rag on Gina, but when we say it's getting better, that comes from our white privilege perspective. For us, it looks better because we don't deal with it. But when we say that, it minimizes what's actually happening. There's a graphic going around like an iceberg. Overt racism is the tip of the iceberg. All of the microaggressions and systemic racism that happen are huge.
Yeah.
They just aren't as visible to us white people. If you're a person of color, they're a huge barricade sometimes, probably all the time.
I know when
I guess what
it's
I was
funny
trying
when it shows itself, when you see that as a white person, when it sees that, you go, "Oh my God, I had no." It's shocking.
You have no idea.
It's so surprising when one of those deep-rooted systemic things shows itself to you personally. Then I had no idea. It just makes me want to cry.
I appreciate what you're saying, and I guess the point I was trying to make was Bill was sounding a little hopeless, like it's never going to get better, and I was trying to say it will. It's got to get better. We've got to keep talking about it. It's got to get better.
Hey, Vanessa, stay out of traffic, will you?
Okay, I'll try.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks for calling us, and our best to you and your husband.
Thank you.
See you later.
All right, Vanessa, good call, I think. Good call. All right, let's, okay, let's do some traffic. Why not?
Okay, we've got a crash on the connector ramp from the I-215 East Belt onto northbound Foothill Drive. Cars are over to the right shoulder there. Crash State Street. Oh, no, not a crash. They're now saying 4th South and State Street will not reopen until 8 a.m., so they keep pushing that back. It was supposed to be at 6, and they keep moving it. So 8 a.m. for reopening 4th South and State Street. Northbound Bangor Highway delays from the 201 freeway to California Avenue. This is due to malfunctioning traffic lights at Bangor and California. Traffic affected in all directions. More cars seem to be heading north. Readjust your finances with a nearly new car at National Auto Plaza. Historically low interest rates matched with no payments for 90 days at National means you just cleaned up your auto finances.
All right. Well, let's see. We got round one of your boners coming up. What do we have?
Let's see. We have number 1, so it's okay if you do it. Number 2, blood-stealing monkeys. And number 3, I'm not going back to the new normal.
All right, so we got round one of your boners, big boy news, all coming up. Stand by for that. The state of Utah reminds you you're going to be voting from home.
Yeah, vote. Vote, vote, vote.
There's power in that.
This year, your front porch is your polling place, and your mailbox is going to be your ballot box, and it's time to get registered and update your voting information. The 2020 primary election is on June 30th. I believe the cutoff date, well, I know the cutoff date to make sure you're registered is June 19th, and I know that because it says so at vote.utah.gov. So go to vote.utah.gov and make sure that you're going to receive a ballot for the primary election, which happens on June 30th. The primary election is a little different than the general election in November. The general election, all registered voters get a ballot, but not in the primary. So you have to make sure that you are affiliated. Go to vote.utah.gov for more.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of 2 such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! We join our elders as they pursue leads given them by Zone Leader Hansen. This episode finds elders Christiansen and Jensen trying to catch up to a rather well-known starship.
Captain, scanners show 2 small one-man craft closing fast.
Captain, they're hailing us.
Analysis, Mr. Spock.
Readings coming in now, sir. 2 single-occupant warp-capable 10-speed bikes.
Spock, enough with the details. Who are they?
There is a 99.7% probability they are LDS missionaries.
Mr. Sulu, go to red alert. Evasive maneuvers. Arm photon torpedoes.
Aye, Captain.
No good, Captain. They're still closing in on us. Mr. Sulu, ready phasers?
Phasers ready, sir.
Damn it, Jim. Don't you think that Starfleet would disapprove of you blasting away at unarmed missionaries?
As much as I hate to agree with the so-called doctor, I believe his logic is sound on this matter.
Oh, bite me, you pointy-eared half-breed.
Bones, that's enough. Report, Mr. Sulu.
While you and the others were bickering about our strategy, we were boarded by the missionaries.
Mr. Sulu, where are they now?
Turbo lift number 7 en route to the bridge.
Hi, my name is Elder Christiansen, and this is my companion, Elder Jensen. We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
We're here to ask you if you've ever heard of our church, and if so, would you like to know more?
Spock, what does the computer have on these Mormons?
Fascinating, Captain. Church founded in the 19th century, has grown steadily since, preach a belief system involving an eternal afterlife, and encourage their members to abstain from drugs, including caffeine, gambling, and sex outside of marriage.
Elder Christiansen, is this accurate?
Yep, the pointy-eared half-breed is fairly accurate.
No sex outside of marriage. My God, how barbaric. We wouldn't be able to fill an entire hour of TV time if I didn't stop to have sex with green, large-breasted women with blue hair every week.
It would cause some difficulties for the riders, Captain.
Spock, see if you can sneak around behind them and use the Vulcan nerve pinch on them.
Excuse me, Elders, but you seem to have some lint on the shoulders of your dark suits. Let me be of assistance.
Oh. Quick, put them on their bikes and beam them into deep space.
Could this be the end of our elders? Would Starfleet really frown upon firing photon torpedoes at missionaries? Why was Dr. McCoy always hanging out on the bridge when he should have been in sickbay? Find out the answers to these and other questions on the next nerve-pinching episode of Space Elders!
Okay, 7:21 right now, and it is time for round one of your boners. Presenting to you now 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, funny human behavior, and you will decide of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it's the winner of round 1. It's not boner of the day yet. We'll have round 2 at 8:20, 3 more candidates. Get a winner there as well. We'll take both of our winners and put them into the Boner Dome at 9:20 this morning. That is when you decide boner of the day. Right now you're picking the champion for round 1. So here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote, and one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
I can't buy it, gotta win it. Katie's showing you right now at x96.com/live a very attractive Radio from Hell boner t-shirt.
Here's boner candidate number 1. Oh, so it's okay if you do it. White House Press Secretary Kayleigh McEnany, who has defended President Trump's attacks on mail-in voting, has voted by mail 11 times since 2010.
That's different.
The Tampa Bay Times reported. McEnany's voting record reviewed by the newspaper indicated that the Florida native has voted by mail in every election she has participated in since 2010. Like Trump, who is now a Florida resident, McEnany also voted by mail in the 2020 presidential primary election in March. McEnany last week defended the president casting a mail-in vote while claiming without evidence that the practice is subject to rampant fraud, saying Trump is commander-in-chief, which means he's here in Washington. He is unable to cast his vote down in Florida, his state of residence. She also tweeted a thread about mail-in voting on Tuesday with the caption, "Will the media and Twitter acknowledge these real concerns with mail-in voting?" The White House did not respond to requests for a comment, but McEnany later weighed in via a pair of tweets saying absentee voting specifically means you're absent from the jurisdiction or unable to vote in person. So that makes it okay. It's okay if you do it then, I guess. Boner candidate number 1.
John Oliver's this week, I think, is about mail-in voting and how there's not fraud in it.
There isn't.
No.
It's just a huge lie that there is.
Here's boner candidate number 2, blood-stealing monkeys. Yep. In India, a troop of monkeys has attacked a medical official and snatched away blood samples of patients who have tested positive for novel coronavirus. The attack occurred this week when a laboratory technician was walking in the campus of a state-run medical college in Meerut. Monkeys grabbed and fled with the blood samples of 4 COVID-19 patients who are undergoing treatment. We had to take their blood samples again, said Dr. S. Karg, a top official at the college. Authorities
Carrie,
said,
is this how it starts?
Oh, you need to watch these new Planet of the Apes movies, Gina. This is exactly how it starts.
Authorities said that they were not clear if the monkeys had spilled the blood samples, but people living near the campus feared further spread of the virus if the monkeys carry the samples into residential areas. Boner candidate number 2, blood-stealing monkeys.
Gina, the apes were experimented on, and they were not only given superintelligence, but immunity to a virus that eventually wipes out the humans.
Yep.
And
I was
eventually
just
makes it so the humans can no longer communicate.
Mm-hmm.
They lose their ability to speak.
I had no idea.
You need to watch those movies. They're so damn good. All right.
Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. I'm not going back to the new normal.
All right. We got boner candidate number 3 after this big boy news and opinioendo brought to you by...
Moochie's would like to thank their loyal customers for supporting their locally owned and operated stores. Moochie's is offering free delivery or pickup within designated areas. Call your local Moochie's to order.
He's a wolf, man. He's a wolf. Ryan Gosling.
Yes.
Is apparently getting into the Universal monster business. He is, looks like he's going to play the Wolfman for the studio. Lauren Bloom and Rebecca Angelo wrote a script which is intended to be a starring vehicle for Ryan Gosling. The move comes after the studio saw a hit earlier this year, reviving one of its other monster properties, The Invisible Man, which starred Elizabeth Moss. They've been trying. They tried it with the Mummy with Tom Cruise, and that was awful.
They thought a big celebrity lineup will launch our Universal monsters once again, and it failed miserably. So then they said, here, you guys do it. You do it cheaper and better, and please.
Sources say that Gosling would play an anchor man who gets infected, gets lycanthropy, to be precise about this.
Mm-hmm.
The script has been described as having a vibe that evokes Network and Nightcrawler.
Cool.
Interesting combination.
Mm-hmm.
And Chrissy Teigen, Utah's own Chrissy Teigen, has said she's going to donate $200,000 to bail out protesters. Since the May 25th death of African-American Minneapolis man George Floyd, protests have spread out across the nation, resulting in a high number of arrests. On Saturday afternoon, Teigen took to Twitter to announce her plan to donate $100,000 toward the bailouts of those arrested at the protests. She took a little jab at Donald Trump as well. In celebration of whatever the F MAGA night is, I am committed to donating $100,000 to bail out protesters across the country. She referenced Trump's suggestion that Saturday was to be a MAGA night at the White House.
It was. They had a bunch of MAGA people there.
Did his MAGA people show up?
I think
so. I didn't see any. But,
they didn't set the fires, did they?
I stopped paying attention after a while because it got to be too depressing. So
yeah.
She, of course, faced a lot of criticism for her offer. Well, how about that? For the 4th day in a row, Utah's reported a large rise in new COVID-19 cases, with more than 264 more confirmed. The cases bring the state's total since the pandemic began to 9,797. Just over 3,800 tests were performed since Saturday's report, bringing the total to 213,914 tests. The positive rate has risen from between 4.2 and 4.3, where it had lingered for the past few weeks. It's now up to 4.6. And another resident has died, bringing the state's toll to 113.
You had to have your Memorial Day barbecue, didn't you? You just couldn't have a quiet night at home. You had
Arches
to do that.
National Park reopened at 6 a.m. Friday to a steady stream of early morning traffic. A little over 3 hours later, Arches National Park said, that's it, we're full. We're closed. Nobody else can come in. The park is currently full. We are temporarily delaying additional entries. Vehicles trying to enter the park will have to come back another time. Consider returning 3 hours from now or visit some other attractions, please. Arches then reopened shortly after noon. That busy opening day could foreshadow for what's to come for popular national parks in Utah as states across the country continue to loosen travel restrictions. Let's see. So, guy with a bow in downtown Salt Lake.
Racist Hawkeye is what they're calling him.
Saturday's unrest drew hordes of demonstrators. And then a man who drove his vehicle into the crowd and pulled out a bow and arrow, which he aimed at protesters. When officers saw the man with the bow being assaulted, Chief Mike Brown said that their first thought was for his safety, so they pulled him out of the crowd. He pointed the bow and arrow at people, and he was immediately pounced on by the mob, and they were beating him, so they pulled him out of the crowd, offered some aid, and ascertained his identity. Protesters flipped over the man's car, which caught on fire and burned. In a posted video, the man identified as Brandon McCormick responded to a stranger who asked him if he calls himself an American with, "Yes, I'm an American, all lives matter." Immediately afterward, he lifted his hunting bow and arrow and aimed it at people around him. He said he was there to protect police with whatever weapons he had handy.
I think they were fine, sir. They have all the gear.
They don't need your help.
By the way, Mr. McCormick's Facebook page says he lives in Salt Lake, but is originally from Barstow, California, and his Facebook is full of racist memes and talking about wanting to go back in time and take out Barack Obama and Secretary of State Hillary Clinton when they were in the crib.
Okay, can we put him in jail, please?
Well, now I've got
dangerous.
several texts from somebody who says that they have a friend who knows this guy and he has diminished mental capacity, but and apparently he was also threatening people with a knife before that, but still.
The Orem High School softball team spent the weekend scrubbing off racist and homophobic graffiti at their ball field. The vandalism happened sometime Friday night into early Saturday. The team first saw it when they got to the field Saturday. Almost immediately, coach and the team were overwhelmed with support from the community. But there were all just racist and graffiti, just because wouldn't that be fun?
No.
So many are rushing to assign blame for the widespread violence and vandalism breaking out in American cities. Accusations that extremists or other outside agitators were behind the destruction continued to ricochet online and on the airwaves on Sunday. A lot of political leaders, starting with President Trump, have leveled accusations at various groups, asserting that some racial agenda is at play in transforming once peaceful protests over the death of George Floyd in Minneapolis police custody. We have reason to believe that bad actors continue to infiltrate the rightful protests of George Floyd's murder, which is why we are extending the curfew, said Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota. In New York, senior police official there said anarchists had planned to start mayhem in the city even before the protests began. But the truth is, the Minnesota Attorney General, by the way, Keith Ellison, said the truth is nobody really knows. Nobody knows who, if it's any organized group behind this or not.
Well, it's probably a combination of a lot of different things all coming together explosively.
And after a 19-hour trip, the NASA astronauts successfully docked their capsule and entered the space station. I had I watched quite a bit of this yesterday, and so the astronauts, their names are Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley, but everybody keeps saying, well, Bob and Doug, Bob and Doug, and all I can think of is the McKenzie brothers, Bob and Doug McKenzie. Hey, we're in the space shuttle, okay?
For people of a certain age, we're quite enjoying this.
But they say Bob and Doug have, and it was interesting to watch them. It took them, 19 hours to get there to the space shuttle, and they had time to take off their spacesuits.
Their toques? Did they take their toques off?
They had time to get a little sleep and to eat a meal, and then they also took us on a tour of the capsule that they were in. It's tight quarters, but they had a camera and a microphone, and they were floating around. And there's this glitter-covered dinosaur floating around with them, which they took into space with them because both of their kids, their sons, loved this particular dinosaur. This kind of, I think it was called a Brontosaurus or something like that.
Oh, Katie knows.
Notice I'm wearing a dinosaur shirt.
Yeah, do you know what the dinosaur was called that they took into space?
I don't know if they actually had a name for it, but it was a long-necked dinosaur.
It was like a Brontosaurus or something like that. But then it had glitter all over it.
It was a sequined one. It was one that you could do the color changing sequence.
Yeah. And I just thought, and there are these two guys, and they're just these nerdy kind of scientist space guys, and they're talking about now if you want to see me I can do a backflip now in weightlessness. It's kind of tight quarters, but watch this. I don't know.
That's the whole reason they want to go, so they can do that.
Part of it is that they both said they have both been to space before. I thought one of them hadn't, but they've both been to space one time before, each, not at the same time, and they both said. It's great when you get to weightlessness. They love it. They like it. They think it's great.
Well, it would be fun.
Yeah.
All right.
That's it.
Weather traffic.
Let's see. Weather. We got another hot one on tap for today. 92 and mostly sunny. And we're going to be in the low 90s, upper 80s for the rest of the week, it looks like. Mostly sunny. Maybe on Friday a chance of showers, but pretty much the same all weekend long. And let's see, we had a friend of the program say that a semi is dead in the slow lane, southbound I-15, just before the 2300 North exit by the refineries, the south end of Davis County, they say. Let's see, excuse me, perhaps that's this one, the on-ramp from Orchard Lane, US 89 to go southbound I-15. Excuse me, the right lane is blocked and traffic is back to the I-215 North interchange.
Somebody crawling your throat there?
A frog, apparently. If you see some traffic you want to share, please text it to us, 33986. Now's the time at Larry Miller Used Car Supermarket to buy. Cut your payments in half and no payments for 120 days. Larry Miller Used Car Supermarkets, driven by you.
Here's boner candidate number 3. I'm not going back to the new normal. So the protest, the show, the concert that didn't happen, that was also scheduled for Saturday.
Oh, yeah.
Unlike the demonstration against racism and police use of deadly force that turned violent in downtown Salt Lake, the ones at Stansbury Park against coronavirus restrictions that led to the cancellation of the country western concert, that remained peaceful. Eric Mustos, the event organizer, shared news with the crowd of a flipped vehicle, shared the news with the crowd of a flipped vehicle and rioting in the Capitol. But we're the radical group, right? He said. This is how true patriots do it in America, what we're doing right here, said Mustos. Now, the event was supposed to be held at Kaysville, then it got moved to, and of course, Colin Ray, the country singer, didn't show up.
Yeah.
Although they're still claiming he's going to come in the next couple of weeks. Oh, it's happening.
And hundreds of booths of businesses, independent businesses, there were 10 or 15. And you know who was there, though? Phil Lyman.
Oh, boy, yeah.
Representative Phil Lyman, who said, now virtually all the attendees, none of them were wearing masks, and despite guidance from public health officials that people should wear face coverings in public gatherings. But Phil Lyman was there and said this: "We're a nation of laws. Does that mean whatever comes out of somebody's mouth, if they're the governor, then it's the law? It's the opposite of that. It means even the governor has to obey the law.
What?
I'm not going back to some new normal where we don't meet, where we don't gather, where we give up our constitutional rights."
What? Those are words.
Yeah.
And the virus can read the Constitution and can read laws and knows how to abide by them. And
nobody should take this guy Moutsos. Is that his name?
No,
Nobody should.
This is Phil Lyman.
Phil Lyman and Moutsos. Nobody should take them seriously ever again.
But this is what I like. Phil Lyman saying, "We're a nation of laws. Does that mean whatever comes out of somebody's mouth, if they're the governor, then it's the law?" Well, I'll tell you, what comes out of somebody's mouth may be COVID-19.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And Phil, you broke the law.
Boner candidate number 3. I'm not going back to the new normal.
All right. Let's review the first two and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. So it's okay if you do it. Kayleigh McEnany, the White House press secretary, has spoken about how the president shouldn't be so voting by mail should be we shouldn't do it. The president's against it. But she's voted by mail at least 11 times. So, Boner candidate number 2, blood stealing monkeys. Some monkeys in India stealing blood samples that taken from COVID-19 patients. And Boner candidate number 3, I'm not going back to the new normal.
Okay, let's get to voting. This is a tricky one. This is a hard one to decide. I'm glad I don't have to. You do. You have got to decide of these 3 candidates which one is the worst. Which one should be Boner of the Day. Round 1, excuse me. This is round 1. They won't be Boner of the Day yet. They'll go forward. They'll get a chance to be Boner of the Day. Because, see, round 2 comes up at 8:20. We get 3 different candidates. We get a winner there as well. We'll take both of these winners. And at 9:20 is when you decide Boner of the Day. All right? So decide 1, 2, or 3 for this round. Which one is the worst? Put that single digit, that number is all we need, in the message of a text. Text that to 33986. Or call 877-602-9696. Use your voice. Go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting June 1st, 2020, and vote there. You have until the end of these messages to decide. This is round 1. Spine. Spell it with me now. S-P-I-N-E. Spine. And now we'll use it in some dialogue, featuring our 2 Utah men, LeVar and LeGrand. Elder LeGrand Dardun Jr. has called his friend LeVar with worries on his mind. Never fails. It's always during my favorite show. Yellow.
LeVar?
Yeah.
It's LeGrand.
LeGrand, how's it going?
I'm a worried man, LeVar. I don't know what to do. It's about Midge.
Well, how is the lovely Mrs. Dunn LeGrand?
Well, LeVar, she ain't herself these days.
What do you mean she ain't herself? Well, who is she then?
Well, she's Midge, but she's not Midge.
Huh?
Well, first off, she's been losing weight, LeVar. She may have knocked off close to 100 pounds. She had to go out and buy a whole new set of moo-moos. And they're designer moo-moos, too. The Don Ho collection.
Well, that is odd, LeGrand.
And she started to wear makeup again.
Huh?
She hasn't worn makeup since we got married, LeVar. A woman with 16 kids doesn't have any place wearing makeup, LeVar.
That is strange.
And it's not even New Skin or Mary Kay, LeVar. It's that kind of makeup that Claudia Schifter wears.
Anything else?
Well, she covered up the I Heart Family Home Evening bumper sticker on the back of the Suburban with one that says, Mean people suck.
Something is definitely up, LeGrand.
I know. So, I've been kind of trying to track down her whereabouts to see what's up.
You mean you've been spying on Midge?
Well, I wouldn't call it spying exactly. Just keeping tabs, you know, like waiting down the street from the house and then following her car.
Spying, that's what that is, LeGrand, spying. Well, did you find out anything?
Well, when she said she was going to Relief Society, I followed her, and she ended up at the Deseret Gym. I think she may be working out, LeVar.
Well, mayhaps she's just trying to get in shape and improve her quality of life. Mayhaps she's tired of being as big as a Winnebago.
She's the mother of all my 16 kids, LeVar. She's not supposed to improve her quality of life. Her role as my spiritual partner is to improve my quality of life.
You find out anything else when you was spying on her?
Well, yesterday I caught her waxing her legs, shaving her armpit hair.
The hell you say? We got big trouble, LeGrand. I'm going to jump in the truck and be right over. That is, if the truck will start. You know, she might be trying to become a feminist or something worse. She hasn't said anything about, you know, taking night classes or the like, has she?
No. What are we going to do, LeVar?
Well, we're going to keep spying on her, LeGrand. Let's just hope that we don't find out that she's going to the symphony or the ballet or nothing like that. Tell you what, though, if we do, you pack them kids up in that Suburban and you skedaddle out of there. All right, we're going to talk with Salt Lake Mayor Aaron Mendenhall just as soon as we award round one of your boners.
Which is brought to you in part by Baked Ziti.
And all Utah Fat Cats locations are now open, and they're excited to invite you back. They're taking extra precautions to help keep their guests and team members safe. Please visit www.fatcatsfun.com for additional information.
Boner candidate number 1. So it's okay if you do it, huh? Press Secretary Kayleigh McEnany, she's supporting, she supports whatever Donald Trump says, of course, and he says that voting by mail, that's something which just shouldn't happen. You should have to go to the polls. Well, he doesn't go to the polls. He votes by mail. And she's voted by mail 11 times since 2010. Boner candidate number 2, just kind of a joke candidate, the blood-stealing monkeys in India. But it did get 8 votes. And Boner candidate number 3, I'm not going back to that new normal. It's Phil Lyman speaking at that concert, that protest concert out at Stansbury Park, which, by the way, there wasn't a concert. There was nothing happened.
They played
except,
country music over the loudspeakers.
While people sat in lawn chairs and didn't wear masks.
They're all political con men,
What a celebration. That was Boner candidate number 3, and that wins Boner round 1.
Okay, there's your winner of round 1, and it goes forward, might be Boner of the day. Round 2 coming up at 8:20. All right, let's just go right to Mayor Mendenhall on the phone.
Good morning. Hi.
Good morning.
Hello.
Can you hear us? Can you hear us okay?
I hear you just fine, thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes. So, I don't know where to start.
This first term of yours has been pretty uneventful, hasn't it?
It must be awful to watch the mayor. As the mayor of Salt Lake, to watch all of this, and you have to make certain decisions about what to do about it. Can you talk about that a little bit? What kind of decisions did you have to make? Did you have to tell the police
Hmm.
to do certain things? How does that work?
One of the reasons I wanted to run for office is because I saw that we have incredible employees in Salt Lake City. Many of them are department directors, and many of them are frontline workers who I saw out there scraping the paint off, boarding up the windows. But one of those good employees is our chief of police, Mike Brown. And Chief Brown definitely built the strategy off of that's not only best practices, but watching what was happening across the country in other cities where, as a protest comes in, officers in riot gear come out and the clash is immediate. We've always really prioritized people's First Amendment right to come out and say what they feel. And we're all feeling heartbroken and sick about what happened to George Floyd and every really unarmed black man before him who has been murdered. And so we wanted to give space, and that was Chief Brown's strategy. I supported his strategy. And I think as it escalated, and the resources became clear we needed additional resources from other agencies, then it became a strategy of how to coordinate best and when to go in so that our officers could be safe.
In light of it all and looking back on it and kind of now trying to determine the best practices, are you happy or satisfied with the way it was handled ultimately?
I'm really, I think it's too soon to tell absolutely that it was done right or wrong, but I'm proud of our police department. There were some mistakes made. They're already, as you saw from Chief Brown's video yesterday, unpacking and figuring out how to do it better and how to make it right for what was wrong that happened. But overall, I'm incredibly proud of our police department and all the other departments who stepped up to help us. We saw people hurling not just insults, but covers to metal covers to the utility poles in the street, and bats and rocks, and it went on for hours. And unfortunately, that's their job, but they did it incredibly well to exhibit that restraint and patience. And for the most part, we are in a very lucky place compared to other cities around the country. But we have a lot of work ahead of us to do. I just have to. I want to mention that the violence and the graffiti, it's all getting a lot of attention. But the point of this is about George Floyd. It's about systemic racism. And that voice was drowned out by the violence that happened last weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Are there some plans in place with the city and the police department and some of the Black Lives Matter and the police brutality groups to open a dialogue in a calmer setting to start working through some of this?
Yeah, actually, that dialogue opened a couple of years ago, and they meet regularly, and they've been meeting. I believe it's monthly, and at times it's every other month. And I know those meetings are shaping up right now, or I understand that they are with the police and those groups. There's also a policy review that was started on Friday of last week, on the heels of the tragedy in Minneapolis, where we've asked a number of people of color who are leaders in our city and our area to review our policies on restraint. So that meeting begins tomorrow, and I know that'll be a piece of ongoing work, but one of the grateful pieces of this, if there are many, is that we don't have policies like they have in Minneapolis, and it's always been absolutely prohibited to hold anyone down by the head or by the neck or to use a knee.
Yeah. And what about downtown? Just things are kind of a mess right now. I guess it'll take a while to get some of that cleared out so that traffic can flow freely.
I got to tell you, actually, I went down to City Hall early yesterday morning, and I had to do a double take. It was basically spotless. We had some anonymous residents come out in the middle of the night after the protest was cleared, and they filled a couple dozen garbage bags. They basically swept all of Washington Square and the library grounds. Our city workers were out there. Street sweepers were out there. As I said, people boarding windows, graffiti removal. Even West Valley City sent their graffiti removal team. All of our city buildings have been boarded, and all of the graffiti on them has been removed. But what has remained and will take several days for us still is the removal of the graffiti throughout the rest of the city. That vandalism is going to take us some time. But we also had our friends at the Other Side Academy, who are incredible, volunteered. They came out with brooms and garbage bags, and they went through the downtown core, about 80 people, cleaning up and sweeping the sidewalks. So we love you. We're grateful for those anonymous volunteers who came out also.
Salt Lake Mayor Erin Mendenhall, you think things will be calm for a while?
No, I don't know that, I don't think anyone can predict that right now. And we're always analyzing the intelligence out there to see what's coming up. And, as someone who also feels terribly upset about what has happened, and I'm ready to take on the work of what we need to do, because this isn't just about, it's absolutely at the spear point with police engagement and police brutality, but this is about almost every system that runs in our everyday lives. It's about having access to healthcare, and healthcare not, being biased, and being able to get your kid through school, and being able to access capital if you want to start a business. It's through almost all of our systems.
Yeah, absolutely.
So the rebuilding there, and it really is a rebuild, because every system was built broken from the beginning, is going to take us a long time. So I encourage people who, if you came out to the protest, or if you're feeling, what we're feeling in our hearts about this, commit to the long-term work that we have to do. We have to do it. And it's going to take a lot of work and commitment for us to call out racism and to intentionally fix every piece of this.
Well,
it seems like a daunting task.
Yeah, because Ivy in the chat room has been keeping track for you. Your first 100 days of being the new mayor, we had earthquake, pandemic, total shutdown, protests, all in your first 100 days. So,
what could happen? I mean, I don't
Don't
know
say
what the
that.
rest of the year is going to hold.
Wow.
I'm really lucky to have this job. I love this job, and I still wake up every morning excited to do it, and I'm grateful to be here. I love Salt Lake City, so
we're
keep
lucky
going.
to have you.
We're
You
glad
got a lot
to
of
have
fans
you.
here. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks for having me on this morning.
Thank you, Mayor. All right. Talk to you later. Traffic, Gina, please.
Yeah, we've got a crash northbound 5600 west near the 201 freeway, causing big delays in that area. Traffic is crawling from 31st South in West Valley. Crash at the top of the on-ramp from Orchard Lane, US 89 to go southbound I-15. The right lane blocked. Traffic back to 215 North Interchange. And they keep moving back that opening of 4th South and State Street in downtown Salt Lake, supposedly opening at 8 o'clock, so we'll see in the next few minutes if they go through with that or if they extend it a little further. And if you see something you want to share with friends of the program, you can text it to us at 33986, and I will pass it along.
All right. We got round two of your boners coming up. Also, Bill Frost calling in to tell us what's on TV this week. Stand by for all of that. Brooklinen.com, that is the website. And just real quickly here, Jackson is the promo code. I keep getting direct messages. What's the promo code? It's Jackson. Okay, I'm just telling you now because you're not paying attention. Here at the home office, though, we are paying attention. Brooklinen Internet's favorite sheets. Yeah, you know that, and we love our sheets here, but I just ordered some new towels. They've moved beyond the bedroom, into your bathroom, and throughout your house. Go to brooklinen.com and you'll see what I'm talking about. The towels, they are super plush. They are ultra light, hammam, melange color block. The shower curtains, bath mats, robes. Oh, I think I need to order a new robe. And candles and all kinds of great. Like I said, go to their website, brooklinen.com. It's the perfect place to start making small changes that make a big difference. Brooklinen so confident in their product that all of their sheets, comforters, loungewear, and towels come with a lifetime warranty, so go ahead and make yourself comfortable. Get 10% off your first order and free shipping when you use the promo code Jackson, my last name, Jackson, only at brooklinen.com. Brooklinen, everything you need to live your most comfortable life.
It's not a big deal, but I guarantee you, Gina, if today were the day you were going to court at 8:15, you would not have come to work.
It's true.
You wouldn't have come to work.
That's true.
I would too.
I don't think you would have.
You would have said, I got court. And we'd say, when? And you'd go, I don't know. And that'd be it, you know.
Not sure.
You wouldn't come in.
Court sometime.
I got court sometime. I don't know.
On another topic, a totally different topic. Yesterday, we went to lunch at the Lone Star Steakhouse in Sugar House with the staff, and Gina was there with her baby, and I was the little Jonesy, who's almost a year old and just as cute as anything, and I was the only person at the table who made the baby cry.
Well, she's my daughter. She knows you make me cry
Everybody else is going doobie playing with the baby and
Again,
being cute
Gina,
with the baby.
that doesn't work because I didn't make her cry.
That's true.
And I've made you cry.
That's true.
On the radio.
I went and sat down by the baby to, just kind of bonding. Hi, it's your Uncle Bill. Cried.
Even Artie Fufkin didn't make her cry.
No, I thought for sure Artie was going to make her cry.
Hello, baby. Hello, baby. Hello, baby. Hello, baby.
He did that for like 10 minutes.
And kept waving his hand.
He said, don't eat trans fats or you'll end up looking like me.
Even Artie didn't make the baby cry.
Artie could have picked the baby up and placed the baby in his mouth, and the baby wouldn't have cried. The whole head, and the baby wouldn't have cried.
I think it's your facial hair. Might make you look scary. I'm just guessing.
Was I the only one there with facial hair?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Heather. Just kidding, Heather.
She hasn't experienced a lot of facial hair. Maybe.
I don't know.
And then I brought her over to you later. Like, it's safe with mommy holding you kind of thing. And I gave Bill a hug. See, he's nice.
She didn't cry then, but she was barely holding it.
She had the face.
Barely holding it together.
She had the
you could see
face.
it was just like any second she was just going to.
It was the face.
We were there for 2 hours, and she was good the whole time we were there. I didn't have to get up and walk around with her once.
Are you surprised?
No, but...
Are you bragging?
Yes.
Okay. So she's like that all the time. You're just bragging.
Yes.
Yeah. And she didn't do that once, does she usually? Well, no. Well, wow.
She ate all kinds of things for lunch I didn't eat. She had tomatoes. She ate the tomatoes off my salad and my onions.
Did not.
And then, she ate all my onions, and then I picked onions.
She really ate onions?
Oh, yeah. Loves onions. And I said, Carrie, you can eat that onion?
Here.
But she doesn't have teeth.
She has 4.
That onion even had blue cheese dressing on it,
Yeah.
Which is something else that you wouldn't eat.
Well, now that says a lot to me, and because when I sat down by the baby, and maybe this is why she cried, I went, "Hi, honey, God, your breath stinks." That's why she cried. That's why she cried.
Dining rooms. And as long as we're doing that, we're going to, until further notice, go till 11 a.m. Coming up later on the program, we've got Sheriff Rosie Rivera on the way, Police Chief Mike Brown. Ben McAdams canceled, just so you know. Congressman Ben McAdams, we're going to try to reschedule him for tomorrow to talk about stuff. Well, all these important dignitaries, also including Bill Frost.
Hi, Bill.
Brought to you.
How did I get in that? I got in that company.
You are in that company, sir.
Yeah.
So, is this sponsored, Gina?
Yeah, it's brought to you by the allergy medication I've tried to give my dog 3 times this morning, and she manages to eat all of the cheese, but the pill ends up on the floor 3 times. I'm
They're smart
unsuccessful in getting the pill into.
Well,
did she get those?
Not cheese. Don't use cheese. Use meat. Get a pound of hamburger.
Well, they got these pill pockets that are these little treats, and you can form it around the pill, and then that way they can't eat around it, and then they just eat the treat.
I'll try that.
Yeah, that works for me. That's how my wife gives me. My wife gives me my medicines. Bill Frost here. Bill is he writes a monthly column, I should say, for Slug magazine. He wrote a weekly column for them for some time before they've informed him that they're only doing it once a month. And also the TV Tan podcast and Magda Vega, all available at billfrost.tv.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, so there's still stuff on TV, new stuff, even, right?
Yeah, kind of a slow week for new premiering stuff this week. The big one being tomorrow, Dirty John, the Betty Broderick story on USA.
This was
finally
based on the True Crime podcast.
Yeah, let me just say this about this show, okay? Because we decided that we were going to DVR this thing, and they keep sending out these 2 and 3 minute long teasers that the DVR would grab, and so you'd go, "Oh, that show started." No, it's just another preview. Nope. It's just another. We got 4 of those.
Very annoying. Yeah. They want to make sure you see it.
Exactly.
But it's based on a true story. This stars Christian Slater and Amanda Peet, and the so-called, by Oprah, deemed one of the America's messiest divorces, even before it ended in a double homicide. And basically a power couple in Southern California. Husband cheats, wife loses it, mayhem ensues.
Yeah.
And this at least looks more exciting than the first season of Dirty John, which I watched. I'm like, what's all the hubbub about?
Yeah, it was okay. It wasn't great.
That power couple stuff, that's that'll always get you in trouble. My wife and I, we're a power down couple. We power down. We power down. We're not a power couple. We always power down.
On Thursday, if you need another zombie movie in your life, on Crackle, The Clearing. It's about a camping trip gone horribly wrong, and zombies.
It's
been a while since it's a movie on Crackle, yes.
Okay. Sounds exciting.
And zombies, people love them. Yeah. Coming up on Friday, the 4th and final season of 13 Reasons Why. If you weren't worried enough about your teens, here's more.
So 13 Reasons Why, and did they take each season and explain like 3 or 4 of them so that by the time you get...
Yeah, well, it was my understanding there would be no math here, but it's happening. That's also for people of a certain age there. And season 5 of the new Queer Eye premieres on Netflix, starring our own Tan France.
Okay.
You can feel all the feels there.
I was going to say I had to stop watching it because I just break into tears every episode.
You're all cried out.
Oh yeah, I'm done.
I kind of felt the same way about Dead to Me on Netflix between Christina Applegate and Linda Cardellini. They cry so much on that show. I felt dehydrated just watching it. Esther Plavitsky, she's a comedian and actress. You've seen her in a lot of stuff like Alone Together and Crazy Ex-Girlfriend, Brooklyn Nine-Nine, a lot of stuff. She has I believe this is her first stand-up special on Comedy Central on Friday.
Oh.
And it's also sort of a behind-the-scenes documentary of her life growing up in Skokie, Illinois, with interviews with her parents. So it's like half documentary, half stand-up special. And she's really funny. And if you're missing Homeland, all that international terrorism plots on TV, there's a new series on Cinemax, a British series called Trackers, and it's set in South Africa, and it's got everything from diamond smuggling to black rhinos, the CIA, and international terrorism, all the fun stuff.
Yeah. Speaking of British TV, do you know anything? Has it started yet, or do you know anything about the show Quiz? Have you talked about that?
Yeah, that's another one I keep hearing about, and it might have started last night, actually.
I think it might have. It's only 4 episodes or something like that, but it's based on some true quiz scandal.
Yeah, based on I think it's based on a British Who Wants to Be a Millionaire.
Yeah.
And the scam, somebody who scammed it. And that's another one that just popped up out of nowhere and said, oh, here's another new thing. So I think it started last night on AMC.
Yes.
Look that up.
It stars, I don't know the guy's name, but he's on Succession. He plays Siobhan's clueless husband.
Oh, that's...
He was Mr.
Yeah, okay.
Darcy in one of the...
Oh, that's right. He's really funny on
Pride and
Succession.
Prejudice.
Because he's just such a
Tom?
dummy. God, he's just dumb and so self-involved and stupid.
And that's kind of it for new stuff this week. And since Mrs. America on Hulu has now completed its weekly run, I would highly recommend going binging it because it's fantastic.
I hear
the
good
story
things.
of Phyllis Schlafly.
Mm-hmm.
A docudrama about a political movement should not be as much fun as this was, but it was really well done. And also, Kate Blanchett kind of made Phyllis Schlafly a bit of a sympathetic character. Not completely, but because that's impossible.
Well, but
almost.
Yeah, because she looks like Kate Blanchett.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
that's a point. I binged and watched all of Space Force over the weekend.
As did I.
Oh, what'd you think?
And what did you think, Bill?
I thought it started strong, got a little soft in the middle, then didn't quite stick the landing.
Yeah.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Because all the critics that I've read about it have just been kind of soft on it, kind of like your take on it. But I think maybe they were expecting a different show.
Maybe, yes.
When you got Greg, what's his name, and Steve Carell, Greg Daniels, and so those are the Office guys. I think that they were expecting a different kind of show. This is just a whole bunch of very funny people doing very funny performances that are it's not laugh out loud stuff, but it's stuff that will make you kind of chuckle a little bit. But they also have to have a story woven through. And just for Malkovich alone,
he's the best part.
His slow talking scientist is just hilarious.
No, the best part was Fred Willard.
And Fred Willard, yes.
Who's in the first two episodes, and then before he died. I think he would have been in it more, but he died. But he's very, very, very funny.
But it's just funny performances.
I think we could have.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it could have benefited by being 8 episodes instead of 10.
Probably. But it's enjoyable enough.
I've been watching. I just watch it. I've watched the first 2 were great, and then it's starting to peter out a little bit, I think.
They end on quite a cliffhanger, is all I'll say.
Oh yeah.
Well, it is. I saw a story about it today. It is the 153rd most liked show on HBO.
That's funny.
People
and
just
that's odd because it's not on HBO.
Yeah.
That makes it really.
Or whatever
Netflix.
it's on. Netflix. I mean, the 153rd watched.
Okay. I think all the bad reviews have frightened people away. All right. Well,
I would definitely say watch it though. Definitely watch it.
Yeah, there's very funny performances in there. All right. Well, thank you, Bill Frost.
Thanks.
And traffic, Gina, would you?
Yeah, apparently crushing up a pill and mixing it with peanut butter works well for giving your dog her allergy medication. Also, rip a piece of meat in 2, put the pill in the first piece, feed it to her while showing her you have a second piece, and she will hurry and eat it so she can get the second piece.
That works for me, too.
During this commercial break, I will be trying both of those to get Riley to take her allergy medication. Crash on northbound 5600 West near the 201 freeway, causing big delays. Traffic is crawling from 31st South in West Valley City. And I haven't seen an update on whether they reopened 4th South and State Street, but I will we'll keep an eye on that for you throughout the morning with reports on when they officially open that up.
Promise? You promise?
I promise. Injured in an accident, everyone deserves an advocate. Call 801-355-5550 or go to utahadvocates.com.
All right.
Boners round 2 coming up. Here are the candidates you will be considering. Number 1, I am just better by myself. Number 2, this'll work, right? And number 3, you shouldn't have thrown it away.
All right, round 2 of your boners, big boy news, all coming up after these. Stand by. Hoops Vision Correction, HOOPES Vision.com.
How about celebrating your mom and your dad with Hoops Vision because they're having a tough time? Because, they're taking care of the kids. They're now homeschooling the kids. And Hoops Vision would like to celebrate and honor mothers and fathers of every kind, everywhere. From now until the end of July, Hoops Vision is offering their Thanks Mom and Dad special pricing of $1,200 off LASIK or PRK. That's $600 savings per eye. So give the gift of improved vision without glasses or contact lenses to your mom and or your dad, or both. It's a gift that won't be forgotten, and it's really, really wonderful for them, and it'll benefit them for years to come. So call 877-30-LASIK or visit hoopsvision.com. Schedule your VIP consultation for your mom or your dad today, hoopsvision.com.
Radio from Hell with Carrie, Bill, and Gina. 96.3 FM, X96.
I got caught in an embarrassing moment this morning.
Oh, good. I can't wait to hear.
Here at work. Already, I've been at work about an hour now, and already caught in an embarrassing moment.
Are you saving it?
No, I'll tell you right now. I came in the back door, as I always do. I kind of hope Chris is listening. I don't know Chris's last name.
Mancow.
Yeah, Chris
Yeah,
Mancow.
sure.
Yeah. So Chris is a board operator here in the building, and he tends to another radio station. He's a very nice guy, very quiet guy, very shy, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Probably if he's hearing this, is embarrassed to hell that I'm even mentioning him on the radio. He's a very shy guy. So I come in the building this morning, and I'm walking down the long corridor there, and there down at the end of the corridor is a copy machine. And on the copy machine is sitting a big, it's like a briefcase, suitcase kind of thing.
Okay.
It looks like a toolbox, but not metal. It's a fabric kind of stuff. What do they call that? Cordova. No, anyway. So it's a big case with buckles on it and everything. And it's sitting there it's just out of place. It's odd. I've never seen it sitting there before. It's sitting, what is that? I think to myself. So then I think.
How curious were you?
I open it up and start rifling through it. Look at this. Look at this. And I mean, there was nothing particularly strange.
Wait a minute,
in there.
you saw someone's luggage lying around and you just opened it?
Well, yeah.
Didn't you learn anything from the announcements at the airport?
Or anything from the Dick Van Dyke Show.
God.
And I thought in my mind, maybe the reason I opened it is I thought, I wonder if because it looks like one of those things that the copy guy brings with his tools in it.
Okay.
To repair the copier. But I start going through it, and it's obviously somebody's briefcase. It's got some CDs in there, library books. There's an orange in there. I went through it pretty extensive. No, I didn't.
Sounds like you cataloged all of the stuff in there.
This is all stuff that I could sort of see right there. And as I'm kind of going through it, Chris comes up the hall the other way and goes, hey, that's mine. And I went,
I'm sorry.
I thought it was the copy guys.
Because if it was the copy guys, that would have been okay to go.
Well, it was my duty to investigate as a junior TSA trainee.
TSA, which really does mean to stand around. I'm just convinced of it.
No, so sorry. I apologize to Chris, and I'll apologize again. But just I'm just standing there going through his stuff, and here comes the shyest guy in the building going, "Hey!"
X96.3 and X96.com.
Okay, 8:19, and before we get to round 2 of your boners, were you successful, Gina?
So I tried the peanut butter trick. Here's my question. Why don't they just give you, like, powdered medicine, like already ground up, and then you can just, take a scoop of it, and because I feel like she didn't get all the medicine the way I crushed it up, but it seemed to work. Why does this have to be so difficult?
They can't just give you a container of powder and have you measure it out, because people will inevitably measure it wrong. That's part of, they kind of factor in the fact that people are stupid.
Allergies.
It'll just take you. It'll just take you a couple more times.
Okay.
It'll be all right. Okay.
Thank you.
Just all you need to do is just give her a Benadryl. I mean, it's
they
just
do
allergy
prescribe
medicine.
that sometimes, but
That's what our vet recommended when Artie was having, and that was the things that Artie and Sue would get their allergies at the same time.
they were allergic to the same pollen.
We just buy, the Sudafed for them each time. Anyway, let's get to round 2 of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. And you will decide with your votes of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it's just the winner of round 2. It is not boner of the day yet. It'll have to go up against the winner of round 1's voting. We did that an hour ago. But we'll take both of these winners, and at 9:20 this morning is when you will decide boner of the day with Boner Fight. Right now, pick your champion for round 2. Here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote. And one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
Can't buy it, gotta win it, Radio from Hell boner t-shirt.
Here's boner candidate number 1. Well, I'm just better by myself. Insiders are furious with Megan Fox after she split from Brian Austin Green for a second time.
I was going to say, they've again?
Sources say that in 2015, the actress dumped her husband just at around the time he was seriously ill with a stroke-like syndrome that left him bedridden and barely able to move. But when he got better, she took him back. Now she's dumped him again. Green became sick with a terrifying undiagnosed brain disorder around December of 2014. He spent more than 6 months in bed. He could barely lift his head, said an insider. Meanwhile, Megan Fox left Los Angeles to go to New York to shoot Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Out of the Shadows. Sources say that when she returned to Hollywood, she seemed suddenly very keen to end their marriage, and she filed for divorce in August. But then they reconciled. After the trauma of the illness and the breakup, Green worked to rebuild their marriage. Then, according to Green, who discussed the news on his podcast with Brian Austin Green, so he discussed it with his 5 listeners, she broke up with him again earlier this year. Green said on his podcast that he and Fox had had an amazing relationship, but no. Fox dumped him at the worst time of his life, and now she's dumped him again because she was shooting a movie abroad, and when she came back, she said, I just realized I like myself better when I'm alone.
You make me worse.
Boner candidate number 1. I'm better by myself. Boner candidate number 2. This will work, right? This will work, right?
What?
Having pizza on a plane. That's nothing but a distant dream now these days. However, one passenger who clearly prepared in advance, he had a couple of slices of pizza with him. You're not going to... And he gets on the plane. This is genius. He asked the crew for help to heat it up, but he didn't
Throw this in
ask.
the microwave for me?
Yeah, no, he didn't ask.
Oh.
What he did was he turned on the overhead light and held the pizza up to the...
Do we have a picture of this?
Yes. There's a picture of him.
If you go to x96.com/live, you can hopefully see it here. Do we get that picture up?
Yeah.
There it is. Okay.
Holding this slice of really icky-looking pizza up to the light above his seat.
Just everything about this is gross.
Big.
Oh, jeez.
Boner candidate number. So he just, and somebody apparently said something to him about it. He says, I'm just warming up some leftovers. Boner candidate number 2. This will work, right? Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. You shouldn't have thrown it away.
All right. Boner candidate number 3 for round 2. Coming up after this, Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by
Iconoclad has sold filtered pollution masks for years, now also carries washable face masks for adults and children. Shop online at iconoclad.com or the walk-up window, 4th East, 3rd South.
Now, J.K. Simmons has a surprising new career goal in mind. The Oscar-winning actor chatted with People TV's Lola Ogunaki for the latest episode of Couch Surfing, in which the two discussed his new role playing Chris Evans' father in the Apple TV Plus series Defending Jacob. After remarking that he knew he was a fan of Evans' work and that he had to be a good guy to work with on the show, Simmons joked, I think my career plan here is to play the father of every handsome blue-eyed movie star named Chris.
Perfect.
So I checked off my Chris Evans box, and I just finished a film called The Tomorrow War with Chris Pratt, where I play his father, so that's number 2. So if you're casting out there, I'm looking. Chris Pine, I'm available. Chris Hemsworth, in either order. I mean, we don't have to go alphabetical, he said. My goal is to play every famous Chris's dad.
Well, you remember him in Oz, right?
Yeah, in the prison series.
In the prison
on
series.
HBO. Mm-hmm.
Well, that's the kind of the character he was playing in this Defending Jacob show. We just finished it last night. It's on Apple TV. And so it was interesting to see him in the prison uniform again.
So Donald Trump in Washington was briefly taken to the underground bunker for a period of time, according to a White House official and a law enforcement source. The president there was there for a little under an hour before being brought back upstairs. Here, take my hand. A law enforcement source and another source familiar with the matter tell CNN that First Lady Melania and their son Barron were also taken to the bunker, in which Melania remarked that this is the first time she's seen the president in days. But
and that's how the First Lady got involved. And she's got a son together that is a beautiful young man.
She's got a son
promised
together.
Her a son.
The law enforcement.
Eugene Merman put it best on his Twitter. He says, take him down into the bunker and then tell him that the world has been destroyed and tell him he has to stay here. And then we get a baby that has stomach problems, and we have a yes or a no button, and the baby will puke on either the yes or the no button, and he'll make better decisions than. So the president stayed in the bunker for about an hour. Late Sunday night, the White House cautioned staffers who have to work on Monday to hide their passes until they reach a Secret Service entry point and to hide them as they leave. The email repeated mandates for maximum telework status and said there's still an elevated security posture due to the protests going on. Trump praised the Secret Service for the next day for its handling of the protests outside of the White House on Friday in the wake of George Floyd's death in Minneapolis. Democratic presidential presumed candidate Joe Biden left his home on Sunday and visited Wilmington, Delaware, where protests erupted the night before to demand justice for the death of George Floyd. In photographs and videos posted to his Instagram account, a masked Biden is seen talking and taking photos with people who were also masked at the site. We are a nation in pain, but we must not allow this pain to destroy us, Biden said. He's made public appearances only twice in the last 2 months amid the coronavirus pandemic.
Several cities saw peaceful protests turn violent on Saturday night. In Wilmington, Delaware, some demonstrators began looting businesses as night fell. Surveying the damage the next morning, Delaware Governor John Carney blamed a small band of bad actors for the destruction, while lauding people in Wilmington who had focused on the good. But then Joe Biden showed up and talked to several people, and he urged protesters to continue to voice their anger and frustration, but please do not resort to violence. Demonstrators in Ogden were peaceful. The demonstrations against police brutality had a different atmosphere, certainly, than what transpired in Salt Lake. In fact, many of the people who spoke actively thanked Ogden officers for protecting their First Amendment rights to speak freely and gather peacefully. Still, they had a message to police: hold each other accountable, because all it takes is one act of violence and a whole lot of silence for what happened in Minnesota to happen here, they said. Some of the people said that they had been victims of profiling or that they'd seen it firsthand in Weber County, but they said that's not an excuse to try and act out violently. Instead, they took a knee, sang songs, read poems, and said thank you to the officers who they believe are doing the right thing by the community. It's pretty strange downtown right now, apparently. They're still, now you heard Mayor Mendenhall, Aaron Mendenhall, talk about how things have been cleaned up, but there are still windows boarded up at City Hall, and windows.
I just saw this, Bill. 4th South and downtown was going to remain closed until noon today, so they keep pushing that back.
Oh, and you had a story. Let's see if I got that. DABC, yeah, here it is. 2 liquor stores are going to be closed today. They will remain closed. An employee of the downtown Salt Lake liquor store at 205 West 4th South has tested positive for coronavirus. The employee has also recently worked at the Utah liquor store on North Temple, 1255 West North Temple. Both stores will remain closed until a professional sanitation and disinfection is completed by an independent company. At present, there's no timetable for reopening. The DABC is in contact with the employees, and Terry Wood, their spokesperson, says, we wish the employees a speedy recovery. So if you're planning on going to the liquor store on 4th South and 2nd West, sorry. That's a busy liquor store, too. It's
well, 2 of them are closed. The Fair Park liquor store's closed.
Yeah, and I was just saying, but that real busy one is the I don't know about the Fair Park one. I don't go to that one. But I have frequented the downtown one on many occasions.
Ivy says that they are the stores that are open are opening at 11 now instead of noon.
Yeah, yeah. So it gives you an extra hour now. Some days it's better than others, though. I think I went to the liquor store twice last week, and once I went, there was a line, and it was the same liquor store. There was a line out the door and down the sidewalk. I probably waited in line for 20 minutes. And then I went back to that same store at the end of the week. No line. Mm-hmm. Went right in and was able to make my purchase quickly. So we'll see how it is today. Maybe. Probably.
I was going to go today. Now I don't know if I will.
I think you should.
Well, you're not going to go to either one of those stores.
No, but the other ones will be busier because those are closed.
No, that
doesn't make sense. That
I don't think they will be that much busier.
I'll go and report.
Yeah, get there at 11 and see.
Well, our show goes to 11, Carrie.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, as soon as the show's over.
You could leave early if you want.
You're going to let me leave early to line up at the liquor store?
I know it's important to you. So. All right, that's it.
No, you need a couple more stories there.
Oh, do I?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I do have so Russia applauded the SpaceX launch and the successful docking at the International Space Station.
I thought you were going to say applauded the protest. That's
because they did.
I swear to God, that's what I thought you were going to say.
They did. They're happy.
SpaceX, of course, docked. This is the first time that an American venture has managed to launch someone into space for 9 years since the space shuttle program closed down. Now, Russia applauded it, said congratulations. Now, we've been using the Russian rockets to get people to the space station since the shuttle closed, but they said congratulations, we think this is wonderful. And then they did a little dig or acknowledged a little barb at Donald Trump. Apparently, Donald Trump at one point said, or they said something about using a trampoline to get into space, and he made a joke about the Russians, they just use trampolines and things, and so when the Russians responded to the trampoline or to the space shuttle docking, they said congratulations on a successful trampoline launch into space. Yeah. The trampoline is working, he said. Oh, Elon Musk did it. He said to the Russians, the trampoline is working. And they acknowledged the joke and said, "You're very funny, Mr." I saw Elon Musk talking about all of this. He's not a very personable guy.
No.
He's
a crazy smart person. That's what he is.
I think he seems a little on the spectrum somewhere.
Yeah, he's a crazy smart person, and worse, he's got money.
Yeah.
And that makes him doubly weird and dangerous.
Well, they've done a remarkable thing with this Dragon capsule and the launch, and he's excited because really what he's doing he's doing this because he wants to go to Mars. Mm-hmm. He wants to have us go live on Mars, and he fully intends to be an inhabitant of Mars someday. And I keep thinking of it as just like, well, we've used this planet up. Let's go use some others up. Let's go.
Yeah, it always seems to go well when humans go somewhere that and exploit things, doesn't it?
Yeah, we're like a virus heading out into space. You see,
hate to say
it.
Space virus. Yes, 8:36. All right, sports weather traffic, Gina.
The buzz inside Rice Eccles Stadium during the Monster Energy AMA Supercross races Sunday afternoon was loud like 100-contestant chainsaw competition at a lumberjack game. I don't know who wrote this. I'm sorry. But also the silence was deafening. No music, no chanting crowds, no pyrotechnic blasts. Once the motorcycles were cleared from the track, an odd hush would fall across the stadium. Occasionally it was broken by beeps of a reversing dirt grader and a clang of metal against a flagpole. Now, you could watch this on TV, but no one in the stands for the Supercross. This is going on every Wednesday and Sunday through June 21st. All races aired on NBC networks. And let me tell you who, let's see, Eli Tomac is the points leader, and he didn't take his hand off the throttle. He continued with that first place finish, and we'll see what happens through the rest of the month. But you can watch that on TV. That's as good as you're going to get for sports. Weather, hot and sunny most of the week, hovering in the low 90s to upper 80s. Today we'll have 92, tomorrow 87, Wednesday 91, Thursday 93, slight chance of showers on Friday at 94. Traffic, 4th South in downtown Salt Lake City will remain closed until noon today. This is eastbound only between State Street and 3rd East. You can use alternate routes in that area as they continue to clean up downtown. Crash northbound 5600 West near the 201 freeway. And let's see. I think that's it. If you see something you want to share, you can always text it to us, 33986, and I will pass it along. Injured in an accident, everyone deserves an advocate. Call 801-355-5550 or go to utahodvocates.com.
Here's boner candidate number 3. You shouldn't have thrown it away. According to various German media, emergency services in Berlin found a man severely bleeding in the bushes of an allotment garden. think that's a community garden. The intoxicated victim had reportedly cut off his own penis and then thrown it away. He was rushed to the hospital with severe injuries. It took the man 3 attempts to cut it off, said the report, adding that police had not managed to find the discarded member in the bushes. Boner candidate. Oh, they've launched an investigation, it says. Boner candidate number 3. You shouldn't have thrown it away.
All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. I'm better by myself. Yes, you are. Megan Fox dumped Brian Austin Green when he was bedridden, and then they got back together, rebuilt their relationship, he thought, but she went to shoot a movie in Europe or something and came back and said, listen, I've found out I'm better by myself, so I'm leaving you for a second time. Boner candidate number 2, well, this'll work, right? It's a man attempting to reheat a slice of pizza on an airline with the light above his seat. And boner candidate number 3, well, you shouldn't have thrown it away.
Okay. Let's get to it. This is round 2 of your boners. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day, because you see if it wins here, it's not boner of the day. It's the winner of round 2. It'll go up against the winner of round 1's voting. We did that an hour ago. But we'll take both of these winners, put them against each other, and you will decide at 9:20 who boner of the day is, okay? Right now, you've got to pick the champion for round 2 to send forward. So 1, 2, or 3. Which of these 3 do you think should win? Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Or you can call 877-602-9696. Use your voice. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting June 1st, 2020. And vote there. If you don't see the box, refresh. It should appear. You have only until the end of these messages to do it, though. So let's go. This is round 2.
Well, Punk, let's get to the movie review, shall we?
There we go.
That's why nothing to spend in the summer in and out of health facilities, like 18 Fingers of Death.
Tell us who stars in this opus.
Well, this is the only movie that's better than 17 Fingers of Death.
Yeah.
It stars James Liu.
Oh, so this is a sequel then?
Yeah.
Yep.
He's Buford, the down-and-out action hero.
James Liu, okay.
Okay.
And we got Maurice Patton.
Yeah.
He's Ronald Mack, the college student and wannabe director.
Okay.
Lisa Arturo.
Nope.
She's Sushi Q, the Honorable Fortune Cookie CEO.
Okay.
Pat Morita.
Oh, well, there's a name I recognize. Arnold from Happy Days.
So I know this movie's at least a year old, right?
Exactly. Well, I noticed he's got lots of others that are in post-production.
Oh, God. All right.
He's the humble restaurateur. We got Lorenzo Lamas.
Lorenzo Lamas?
Yeah.
He's a Antonio Bandana, the singing martial artist.
Okay.
Oh.
Robin Shue.
It sounds like just a great movie.
Oh, yeah.
He's Jackie Chong.
Yeah.
And we got Charlie George Brown as Chuck Snorris.
Chuck Snorris. Okay.
Oh, God.
And Kurt Graves as Steven Seafood.
Okay. Tell us the plot of 18 Fingers of Death.
Well, as far as I can tell, this guy starred in 803 of the finest action movies ever filmed, but he's come up with a script for what could be his breakout role. But when the producers back out and pull his funding, he's forced to pull out the "Will Work for Kung Fu for Money" sign and sell his Kung Fu movie memorabilia in order to get enough money to make a movie in 1 week for the Sundance Film Festival.
God. And they managed to get like about 90 minutes out of this?
Yep.
Jeez.
Oh, 90 minutes.
All right, have you got a scene from 18 Fingers of Death?
Yeah, I thought I'd give you a little Pat Morita.
Okay.
Oh, good. Pat Morita.
So here we go.
Mr. Lee, listen, I've always been wanting to know, do you have Chinese Jews? Chinese Jews? Oh, very sorry. Today is no Chinese Joe. We only have the apple Joes and the orange Joes.
Oh, man.
This is worse than I even dreamed.
Yep. What are you giving this movie, Punk?
I'm actually giving it 3.5 Prozac.
What? It's the pills talking, Punk.
It's the prednisone. I think it's the prednisone. For digging up guano, lining up to fight. You can only fight the good guy one at a time.
That's
you
right.
have to circle him.
Yeah.
Feathered Hair, the drunken bastard, Bong Fu the series, a wicker basket beaten, bow tie in the kitchen, Cowboy Fu, a fallen in love montage, an attack midget, and yes, learning to speak out of sync.
Learning to speak out of sync. All right, and what junk food are you going to have while you watch this movie?
I think you need to gather a few Lynn Wilson's meat and cheese burritos with extra cheese and onions. You can mix in the Durkin's French fried onions as you need. A nice meatball hero, some Rainbow Twizzlers, a bunch of Starburst, Reese's Pieces, a bag of Honorable Fortune cookies, and, yes, a nice cold canister of Lost Energy drink.
All right, Punk.
Wow, sounds lovely.
For those of you that are lost.
All right.
18 Fingers of Death.
The movie that's better than 17 Fingers of Death.
Okay, 8:46. Time to award round 2 of your boners.
And round 2 of the boner voting is brought to you in part by a delicious homemade coconut cake.
Ooh.
So good.
And we heard from a friend of the program who had a great experience with Iconoclad buying some masks. You can do that online at iconoclad.com, or they have a walk-up window. Super easy to go there and get your pollution masks or your masks just for everyday life.
Boner candidate number 1, I am better by myself. Megan Fox. She's just just dumping that poor Brian Austin Green not once
I didn't
but
know
twice.
you were Team Brian.
Team Green?
Well, he's been mistreated. How can you not be? And besides, you don't like Megan Fox at all.
Yeah,
and Carrie
I
thinks
care
she
for
has
her.
man hands.
No, just her thumbs.
Thumbs, yeah, she's got ugly thumbs. And boner candidate number 2, this will work, right? Man attempting to reheat a slice of pizza on the light above his seat on a packed airplane flight. And boner candidate number 3, well, you shouldn't have thrown it away. A man cut off his own penis and then discarded it. They did not manage to recover it. They couldn't find it. You shouldn't. Anyway, Sean, let that be a lesson to you. If you ever do that, don't throw it away.
I won't. I'll hold on to it.
Sean won a boner T-shirt, and you know who won the voting? Boner candidate number 3. You shouldn't have thrown it away.
Okay.
The careless self-mutilator.
Wow. Okay. Well, hey, we don't pick them. You do. And
Recycle.
That's the winner of round 2. It now goes forward. Might be boner of the day, going up against the winner of round 1 in about a little more than a half hour from now. That's when boner fight happens, and you will decide boner of the day. 9:20 is when we ask you to call to pay attention at that time to play. Let's see. Geek News brought to you by.
I don't have it. My computer has died, and I'm
How
trying
can you
to
speculate?
reboot it.
Who might it be?
It might be, let's say, Dr. Volts. It might be Dr. Volts.
Yeah.
Katie, you could check on it and let us know if you would.
In the past, it's been.
Well, if it is Dr. Volts, I can tell you that in June. All back issues all month long, 20 to 50% off.
There you go.
All right, Dr. Volt's Comic Connection. Okay, yeah. So the Wolfman movie, we talked about it earlier. Ryan Gosling is going to be playing the Wolfman.
He's not hairy enough.
Yeah, somebody posted in the chat room a picture of him with his shirt off, and he's hairless.
Yeah.
So
I would just
It'll be
point
more
out,
dramatic when he changes, I suppose.
I would just point out that makeup is a possibility here.
I don't know what you're talking about. But what happened is that Universal, who, they're famous for their Universal monsters, they tried to restart it with an all-star version with the Mummy and Tom Cruise and all these famous actors. And no, not so much. People weren't buying that. So they handed it over to Blumhouse. And Blumhouse is known for not only doing horror very good, but doing it affordable. And that increases the profits for the film companies. So that's working out for everybody. So not only is he going to play, he's going to play an anchor man who gets infected, turning into the Wolfman. The script is being put together now. No director currently attached, but some of the other Universal classic monsters that are in the work include Elizabeth Banks is working on The Invisible Woman, which is not connected to the Invisible Man movie that we saw with
completely
Elizabeth
different premise.
Completely different situation. They're working on Karen Kusama's Dracula, also the Dracula-themed Renfield from Dexter Fletcher, and Dark Army, which has Paul Feig attached to it. So
I'm going to be disappointed in the Wolfman movie if we don't hear even a man who is pure at heart and says his prayers by night can become a wolf when the wolfbane blooms and the moon is full and bright. They don't use that, I'll be disappointed.
Did they use that in the Benicio del Toro one?
I didn't see it, so
I didn't see it either. Ask your kid; he'd know.
Yeah, I will.
Let's see. Now, at last report, Lucifer, which is a show that I love. It's based on a comic book. Neil Gaiman. It sprung from the Sandman series, and I've got news about that. TV show. The star, Tom Ellis, was saying, I'm not interested in coming back unless I get paid properly. And so it was looking like it was just going to be the end of Lucifer. Well, they must have found some money somewhere at Netflix and just backed it up to his house and said, here you go. And so it will be the new deal would be inclusive of a 6th season of the show, which is interesting because the 5th season is done but has not debuted on Netflix yet. And they haven't got a premiere date for it either. Maybe they were waiting to find out if they were going to get Tom back or not. I don't know. But keep an eye on Netflix and let me know if season 5 shows up again. Now, speaking of Sandman, this is something I think you'll be interested in, Bill. Because you and I, we have a love of those old radio plays. And so what they're doing with the Sandman, it's an Audible drama. This will be on Audible, and they've got quite a cast. What they're doing is they're going to do the Sandman series. I'm trying to find the issues here. Audible drama debuting July 15th, adapts the first 3 volumes of the graphic novel series, Preludes and Nocturnes, The Dollhouse, and Dream Country. Now look at this cast that they've got for this. James McAvoy is going to be stepping into... he will star as Dream in Sandman. He will lead a cast that includes Riz Ahmed, Justin Vivian Bond as Desire, Arthur Darvill, Kat Dennings will be playing Death, Taron Egerton, William Hope, Josie Lawrence, Miriam Margolyes as Despair, Samantha Morton, Bebe Neuwirth, Andy Serkis, and Michael Sheen as Lucifer.
That's great.
In the Sandman. Sandman originally ran for 75 issues from 89 to 96. And it'll be interesting to hear this.
I don't know why they need Andy Serkis in a radio drama. Doesn't make any sense.
And let's see. This was some big news for gamers and people of a certain age as well. Game publisher Activision and developer Vicarious Visions set to remaster the 2 original Tony Hawk's Pro Skater video games for PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC. They're going to launch on September 4th. Now, the 2 original titles for Pro Skater in 1999 and 2000's Pro Skater 2 will be fully remastered with modern 4K HD visuals featuring the original maps, professional skaters, the original soundtrack, which was very important to those games, tricks and modes from the original games packaged together. The remasters will also include new features such as online multiplayer, which you couldn't do back then, new tricks, secrets, and an expanded skate park creation tool. So if you're a fan of the Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, like I said, people of a certain age know what I'm talking about. Look forward to that. And let's see. Oh, yeah, and if Ryan Seacrest is the busiest man in showbiz,
yeah,
his second runner-up is certainly another Ryan Reynolds. They're teaming up for a time travel, him and Sean Levy are teaming up for a time travel adventure movie from Skydance. It's called Our Name is Adam. Well, it was once titled Our Name is Adam, and will be the next movie to shoot from the team, who is also bringing you a movie called Free Guy, which they are working on, which is in the can and ready. It just needs a place to be seen. Reynolds will star as a man who must travel back in time to get help from his 13-year-old self. Together they encounter their late father, who is now the same age as Reynolds. So, I mean, between that, he's working on
His
the Dragon's
Gin.
Lair movie. Yeah, his Gin. He's got a Croods 2. He's got the Hitman's Bodyguard 2 coming up. So certainly the second busiest Ryan in Hollywood is Ryan Reynolds.
No kidding.
All right. There you go. Traffic, Gina.
We've got delays at 1600 North Skyline Drive in Orem. This is due to a fatal auto pedestrian crash. Expect lanes to be blocked and or closed in the area. You're going to need to find an alternate route while they investigate that. 4th South in downtown Salt Lake will now remain closed until noon today. This is eastbound only between State Street and 3rd East. Use alternate routes through that area. And I believe that is it. Now through June 10th, Scott Hale is offering a $39 AC tune-up. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
Okay. Coming up, we've got Sheriff Rivera going to be on the program. And also Police Chief Mike Brown coming up as well. So stand by for all of that. Also, Boner of the Day coming up, a reasonable amount of news. And since we're broadcasting live from our homes, these shows go to 11 a.m., you asked for more. I don't know why, but there it is. ShamrockPlumbing.net.
You know, every single truck that they send out from Shamrock Plumbing these days has been sanitized. Every truck carries a washing station for the hands of the plumber. They wash before and after every job. The plumbers wear protective masks. I had a Shamrock Plumbing at my house a couple of weeks ago. The guy had on a mask, and he did all the work he had to do at my house this time was all outside, so that was good. But it was they keep their employees home if they show any signs of illness at Shamrock Plumbing. For more than 30 years, they've been the plumbing contractor that Utahns trust. Shamrock Plumbing has certified, licensed technicians. A lot of places don't have; they just have people that they hire and train them on the job. But Shamrock Plumbing, they really do the job right. No job too big or too small. I can vouch for them for sure. Give them a call, 801-295-1690, or you can see more at their website, shamrockplumbing.net.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Radio from Hell radio players.
Sex. Boom. There, I said it.
You did it. Good for you. I love how you snicker and can't say that word with a straight face.
I didn't snicker. All I'm saying is our relationship expert is in the studio. And I made a breakthrough, didn't I? Didn't I?
What was it?
I said sex over the public airwaves.
Oh, by the way, I did get your email with all your questions. We're going to go through them one by one tonight.
All right, thanks for throwing me under the bus.
It's all good, brother. Big Daddy's here.
The birds and the bees. It's a conversation that is a famous in culture.
Oh yeah, critical.
What actual percentage would you say from your experience as a relationship coach, what percentage of families actually have this conversation with their kids?
You know, my gut would tell me 35%.
Really? See, I would have put it somewhere around like 5, 10.
Well, I don't know, you think, but I don't know that they do a great job about it.
You know, there's things we don't talk about, kids.
Right.
One of them is the birds and the bees.
I think we're getting to a day and age when more and more of it is happening. There are some great statistics about, teenage sex and things like that. And, those numbers are dropping, not doing it as much as they used to, amazingly.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that nationwide or just in Utah?
Nationwide.
Okay.
And, in fact, I'm looking for those as we're talking. I think what we're starting to see is, for example, younger adolescents, so younger than 15 years of age, are delaying sexual intercourse by a great number. In fact, here's some examples, some other statistics. Ages 12 to 19-year-olds report parents are their greatest influence regarding sexual decision-making and values.
Okay.
37% say their parents were the most important key as opposed to their friends, 33%, siblings 5%, and the media. So parents, it's a critical thing that you talk to your kids. 94% of adolescents and 91% of, it's 94% of adolescents and 91% of parents believe that adolescents should be advised that they should not have sex before completing high school.
You know, that's interesting because, for the most part, not the most part, but a lot of parents believe that their kids aren't going to listen to them.
Oh, yeah. No.
They don't have the kind of influence over their teenagers that they wish they had, but what you're saying is...
they expect it.
So, yeah, parents, step up. I think Utah, I believe we do have a bit of stigma around this topic. Sometimes we don't want to go there. Sometimes we think it's opening up a can of worms, but I think it's completely your responsibility, and, you would let your kid go and do something dangerous, without some advice, some information.
Like rock climbing or...
Like rock climbing, right. You'd make sure they knew what was going on. You'd make sure that they...
or driving.
Uh-huh, right.
What the hell was that?
That was the Radio from Hell radio players.
What? How long was that?
Too long.
How long was that?
4 minutes.
What did they say?
And that was cut off.
And I still don't know what they said.
I have no idea what they were talking
there was
about.
More of it.
Yes. May I help you?
Carrie Jackson and Bill Allred here to see Mr. Acme?
Carrie Jackson and Bill Allred? And this is regarding...
Well, we work for Mr. Acme, and he wanted to see us today.
I see. And you work for him in which one of his businesses?
Radio. We do a morning radio show at his radio station.
Oh, yes. Mr. Acme is involved with some little broadcast facility somewhere, isn't he? Let me call him. He's having his daily rub down right now. Mr. Acme?
What the hell do you want? know I don't like to be disturbed when Gregor is giving me my rubdown. Ouch! Damn it! I told you that my coccyx is sore, Gregor! I'm calling the doctor. Don't rub me so hard there! Jesus. Now what the hell do you want?
I'm sorry, Mr. Acme, but there are 2 radio people out here to see you. What were your names again?
Carrie and Bill. Bill?
Is that Allred and Jackson out there? God, I forgot. It's salary time again. Okay, tell them to have a seat. We're just about finished here. Damn it, Gregor! Don't push so hard on that! Oh, I'm sore everywhere that my belt rubs.
Have a seat, gentlemen. Mr. Acme will be right with you.
Oh, great. Acme's got some sore muscles, and we're here to talk about raises. What great timing.
Oh, he's always in a bad mood or sore or something anyway. I don't see where one day is any better than another when it comes to talking about money. For hell's sakes, Carrie. I mean, last year during our job evaluation meeting, he jumped across the restaurant table and jabbed the dinner fork into my upper thigh. I bled like a pig.
I remember. He must have stuck that thing in about 3 inches.
Yeah, thanks for closing me up. I don't know if I've ever told you enough how grateful I was.
Don't worry about it. It was nothing. I was just glad I had that little staple gun in my backpack.
I'm nervous. I mean, I'm just not very good at this asking for a raise thing.
Remember, we got to be tough. We got to stand our ground. I mean, sure, we're asking for a lot, but we work hard at the radio station. I don't think that 15 every 2 weeks is too much to ask.
But Carrie, 15 every 2 weeks adds up to $30 a month. I'm telling you, it's too much. He'll never go for it.
I think you're right. We got to get out of here. Oh, okay. Here's what we do.
What?
I'll pretend that I'm sick, and then you pretend to rush me to the hospital, okay?
Okay. Ma'am, will you tell Mr. Acme we'll be back some other time? I've got to rush my partner to the hospital. I think it's his ovaries or something. His uvula or something. You're going to be okay.
Because on this day,
in 1974, Alanis Morissette was born.
Oh, nice. All right, so we do have Sheriff Rivera on the phone.
Good morning, Sheriff. How are you?
Doing well, considering the long weekend.
Yeah, talk about how it happens that the Unified Police, which you oversee, right? How they get involved. This all starts in Salt Lake City on Saturday, and Salt Lake Police respond. And then how does it come about that Unified Police also respond?
Well, we have a mutual aid agreement with Salt Lake City, so anytime they need assistance, we're willing to go out and help. And we were standing by pretty much the entire day just waiting for a call. And then we sent a couple hundred officers out that way when they gave us the call they needed help. And then later on, we also enacted our corrections and our public safety bureau from the sheriff's side as well.
The officers that we saw in riot gear toward the end there, is that Salt Lake City? Is that Unified or a combination? Who was that?
It was a combination of several different agencies, police agencies across the valley and outside our county. I know several sheriffs reached out to me and sent people as well. So it was a combination of all law enforcement.
What I don't suppose you have ever had to deal, or have you, with a situation quite of this nature?
The closest I've ever been involved in was at the Olympics of crowd control. But I have never seen anything like what happened on Saturday, and I hope I never have to.
Yeah.
Again.
It's a difficult decision. There are difficult decisions that have to be made, I would assume, about how much force to actually use and when to apply it. And can you talk a little bit about those kinds of decisions?
Sure. So Salt Lake City dictates what kind of action is taken and when through, Chief Mike Brown. I know he was meeting with the governor and the commissioner. So we just stand by and wait for their orders. Mm-hmm. What I can say is our officers, I was so impressed, so proud of every one of them that was there. What they had to put up with on Saturday was heartbreaking. People spitting on them, calling them names, hitting them with various objects, and they had so much restraint. It was impressive to see, but sad at the same time that this even happens in Utah.
It is. It's very difficult when somebody is being violent toward you and goading you and pushing you to not reciprocate. Is there a training for that?
Well, we do a lot of training. We do a lot of preparation, and several law enforcement agencies train together. Some don't, but they're all similar trainings. But we also do a lot of de-escalation training and implicit bias training, diversity training, and that's what I was trying to get the message out. If we need to improve our training, we're willing to do that, but we've got to have people come to the table with us and have a conversation. What needs to be changed, if changes need to even happen. Mm-hmm. We're there ready to make those. But what happened on Saturday was criminal. Burning police cars, assaulting people is criminal. I'm all for protests that are peaceful. We saw it happen in Ogden, and I know we can do the same here, but we just can't let it get out of control like that ever again.
The message gets lost, I think. We were talking about this a little earlier with Mayor Mendenhall about and with Amy Donaldson from the Deseret News about how the initial message gets lost in the violence and vandalism. Then that's what people are talking about rather than the racial injustice issues that brought them together in the first place.
Yeah, and that's true. You could not hear anybody, and you couldn't hear the message. And, Black Lives Matter has done protests in the past, and their message is clear. These people that showed up there were not Black Lives Matter. Yeah. That was not organized by them. These were just people who got out of control, and then thugs trying to burn police cars and take over the city.
Do you have any sense, and we're going to talk to Mike Brown a little later too, but do you have any sense that there was a concerted or some sort of outside agitating group that saw an opportunity here?
Yeah, because when you take a look at the videos, and I was there in person on the ground, those were not folks that were trying to give the message on behalf of our black community. Mm-hmm. Those were people, you saw the skaters, hitting the cars with skateboards. They weren't there to give a message. There were several people like that. And I think they just saw the opportunity and they took it.
And then once it sort of ignites in the crowd, it becomes like it's just throwing gasoline on a fire, and it escalates quickly, doesn't it?
Yes, and it did. And I'm glad that not anybody was seriously hurt. We did have several officers injured, nothing critical, but, it could have gotten really bad and lives could have been lost.
Have you? I know you alluded to having conversations with community members and Black Lives Matter, and I think there's a group also, Utahns Against Police Brutality. What are those kinds of discussions like? What are they trying to get across to you?
What they've asked us to do is take a look at our policies, be more transparent, and hold officers accountable. And we always look at our policies. What can we do better? We've looked at our police training. What can we add that will help our responses? And we are holding our officers accountable. And that's what our conversations with them have been. Also, we've talked about diversity in law enforcement. In order to change what is going on. You can do reform, but you also have to change the culture. And that's what we've done here with Salt Lake County Sheriff's Office and the Unified Police Department. If you look at our department, it's very diverse. It looks like our communities.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we're successful in that way.
There is calm over the city today. Is it uneasy, or do you think things are a little bit back to normal?
I haven't been out there today, but we do have officers that worked overnight, and it was calmer. And I think, things will calm down. We just have to keep watching out for other scheduled protests. And, maybe this time law enforcement needs to take a different approach. And if Black Lives Matter wants to have a protest, a peaceful protest, maybe it's time that we stand with them and help them to make sure that everybody is safe.
That's a great idea.
That's a lovely sentiment, Sheriff. Rosie Rivera, thanks for talking with us, and I hope you have a nice day.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys.
All right.
Thank
Talk
you.
to you later. Thank you, Sheriff. All right. So we will take a break. We will be back. We do have Boner Fight on the way, a reasonable amount of news. Police Chief Mike Brown at 10 o'clock coming up. Stand by for all of that. X96.
And now it's time for another edition of Ned Hastings, Smoking Psychotherapist. Brought to you by Iger Brothers Chain Link. Whatever your chain link need, be it fences, neck ornaments, or medieval armor, call Iger Brothers. We've been linking you up with the finest chain link products for over 30 years. And now Ned Hastings, Smoking Psychotherapist.
Ladies and gentlemen, order. Order, please. It's time to get this committee meeting underway. The Utah State Legislature has impaneled this panel to look into Utah's new law prohibiting cigarette smoking in all public places. We'll be hearing from a series of expert witnesses today. The first person to testify is a psychotherapist named Ned Hastings. Sergeant at Arms, could you call Mr. Hastings to the committee room, please? Mr. Hastings, Ned Hastings, please come into the committee room. Mr. Hastings, thank you for being with us today. May I say that it's an unusual contraption that you're wearing. It looks like a spacesuit.
Close, but no cigarette, Mr. Chairman. It works on the same principle as a spacesuit, and it was developed by NASA, but this is my patented Ned Hastings smoke suit. The backpack portion recycles fine, rich Turkish tobacco instead of fresh air. The bubble headgear captures every bit of smoke. None escapes into the outer atmosphere, thereby allowing me to roam freely through Utah's smoke-free environment.
Well, I'm not sure that this is allowable. You may be breaking a Utah law.
Oh, but I'm willing to take that risk for the sake of sweet, sweet tobacco.
Mr. Hastings, I'm having a hard time seeing your face through the bubble.
Oh, yes. I'm still working on a system to clear the tar and nicotine resins from the inner surface. I have a devil of a time behind the wheel of my sporty car.
Oh, yes. Mr. Hastings, you've been called before this panel as an expert witness. You are a psychotherapist, are you not?
I am.
And what is your expert view of the new Utah Clean Air Act?
I feel that it is an abomination before God and man. Not only does the law discourage people from finding good mental health by becoming new smokers, it is causing those existing smokers who have achieved some measure of mental stability to become unhinged. If this law stays in effect, I am anticipating a rash of crimes the like of which you little people have never...
My God, his suit's sprung a leak!
Filthy tobacco smoke is leaking into the hollow chamber. Evacuate this building immediately!
Oh, no. If tobacco smoke is leaking out, that means that fresh air is getting in. Must reach cigarettes in car.
Holy shit!
Will Ned make it to his cigarettes in time? Join us next as Iger Brothers Chain Link presents another in the continuing adventures of Ned Hastings, smoking psychotherapist.
All right, 9:19 right now, and we do have Boner Fight coming up here. But first, a reasonable amount of news, probably 7 minutes or so, brought to you by...
Iconoclad has always sold face masks for Salt Lake pollution and has you covered now. Shop online for masks at iconoclad.com. Curbside pickup and shipping available, iconoclad.com.
Well, here's some good news. Home alcohol sales are staying strong during the reopening of the country. Every night is Friday night. Bars and restaurants slowly reopening, but many Americans are content to keep drinking at home. Sales of liquor for home consumption surged when bars and restaurants closed in March and nationwide quarantine rules. A cold beer or a crisp Chardonnay, Carrie, helped ease Americans' mounting anxiety about the pandemic, not to mention the stress of juggling work and parenting duties from home all at once. But even as drinking establishments in some states welcome a limited number of customers back into their doors, that hasn't stunted the astronomical growth of liquor delivery services. Wouldn't you like to have that? There is a service called Drizzly, where you can order alcohol and they deliver it to your home.
If you live in a state that is a grown-up state and not a kid state, like us.
Oh, man, wouldn't that be great?
Yes.
Jay, I don't know. I'd probably use it too much.
You have a standing order, like the milkman.
Excuse
you have
me,
a little container on the front porch.
The Drizzly people are at the door. Every morning.
Every Monday, they bring you your order.
Every Monday, every couple of days. J.K. Rowling has a new story to share with you, and it's free, I think. It's titled The Ichabog, and it doesn't have anything to do with Harry Potter. So this is not a Harry Potter spin-off, she wrote, with all caps and extra emphasis at the start of the 13-tweet thread. Though The Ichabog was written in fits and starts between the Potter books, she declined to publish it after the release of Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows, focusing instead on The Casual Vacancy.
Which
and
was
the
horrible, and I hated it.
And The Cuckoo's Calling. Did you read that one?
No, I gave it up on the first one. I wasn't going to read that one.
Let's see, these are her Cormoran Strike novels. So I guess that's the character. Is it a detective or something named Cormoran Strike? Gina?
I don't even remember. It was terrible. I gave up on it.
Anyway, so she's released these chapters of the Ichabog on a specially designed website with subsequent chapters to follow on a weekday basis.
Yeah, Librarian says you can read it for free.
Yeah, and they'll continue to release them through till July 10th. Well, this sounds terrible. They introduce readers to the bountiful land of cornucopia.
Well, that sounds like it has everything.
Well,
is that next to the neighboring city of Grundle?
Let's see. It's a city that has everything. It's like a horn of plenty. What could we call the city? I know, cornucopia.
Oh,
jeez. All right, but listen. I think maybe Brad Pitt and Jennifer Aniston are going to Brill Pim and Jemima Amadon.
Thank you.
They're meant to be together.
You think?
Uh-huh.
What's
Have
happening?
they been spotted?
They've been divorced a long time, but their fans are still waiting to see them together somehow or other. I know I am. I am.
In my
Sorry.
dreams.
For the past few years, whispers are being heard that Jennifer and Brad have rekindled their love and are planning to take their relationship forward as soon as possible. It all started with Brad attending Jennifer's 50th birthday party. A few reports even suggested Brad has already proposed to Jennifer.
Now, where are you getting this from?
OK
What rag
Magazine.
Are you getting this from? Oh, okay.
OK.
That's why.
The magazine published a story quoting a source confirming that Brad had popped the question to Jennifer.
They've also reported many times that she's been pregnant, many times.
Listen, my fellow magazine that I'm holding right here in my hand, Rumor Mill magazine, is also confirming the story. So,
You know, Gina, that's so she's been pregnant many times. She can afford lots of abortions. That's what's happened. That's the wealthy are not like you or I. Yeah, it's all nonsense. Utah is, for the past several months, the news cycle, of course, been dominated by little more than the coronavirus. And over the past week, other issues have come forward, but the novel coronavirus doesn't take a break for protests and riots. On Sunday, the Utah Department of Health reported 264 new positive cases of COVID-19 in the state, the fourth consecutive day of more than 200 cases, and the third highest single-day total recorded in Utah since the pandemic began. The state reported 215 new cases, 343 Friday, 269 Saturday. Sunday's figures bring the running total to 9,797, 113
We've had a bad
deaths.
4 days. We've had a bad. If you watch the graph, it's kind of level, and then the last 4 days is a big jump. So,
well, I'm not leaving my basement anytime soon, apparently.
well, and you know those jumps, and I'm sure we'll talk to Dr. Dunn later this week. But you know, we had Memorial Day, we had Mother's Day, and now we have these protests over the weekend with thousands of people. I think we have all of these incidents that are going to just keep it going out.
So there were protests and violence all across the country. In Birmingham, Alabama, protesters started to tear down a Confederate monument that the city had previously covered with a tarp. Just let's pretend it's not there. We'll just cover it up. In Boston, a police unit, a car was set afire near the State House. In Philadelphia, police officers in riot gear and armored vehicles used pepper spray to try and repel rioters and looters. In New York, demonstrators marched across the Brooklyn and Williamsburg bridges, snarling traffic. The Manhattan Bridge was briefly shut down to car traffic. Chaos erupted in Union Square at 10 p.m., flames leaping up 2 stories from trash cans and piles of street debris. Chicago, there were riots. Louisville, Kentucky, and, of course, here in Salt Lake. Even in Salt Lake, we've not escaped this. I don't have anything more than this as a bulletin. The state's largest police union says that Salt Lake City Mayor Aaron Mendenhall has hung police officers out to dry.
That's not what we heard from her this morning when we had her on our show.
Well, Gina, I wouldn't expect her to say, you know what I've done? I've hung the police out to dry. I wouldn't expect that.
How has she done that? Complimentary and appreciative for what they've done.
I have not seen anything other than that bulletin, so I'll follow up on that.
Yeah.
When I can
Where
get
did
some
it
more
come from?
information. I don't know. It's just a bulletin thing that pops up on my computer. Nancy. Oh no, I don't want to do that story. Sorry.
One more.
One more. How about this? Sonic has 2 new summer milkshakes.
Listen, I saw this morning, and I I want one of those. I
What
want
are
one of
they?
those. Go ahead.
And Sonic, you can drive up. So, so they have the brownie batter shake, which includes a hand mixed combo of vanilla ice cream and chocolate brownie batter, and the triumphant return of Sonic's yellow cake batter shake. Yes. It was a hit last year. It is a hand mixed shake with vanilla ice cream, except it includes yellow cake batter. Now, I did, by the way, that cooking demonstration
Oh yeah, we
on
need to
Friday.
talk about that.
Maybe we can talk about that coming up.
Oh, we got plenty of room.
We'll talk about it coming up, and I'll tell you where you can watch it. But it was with Alexa from Normal Ice Cream. Was on it with me and Doug Fabrizio, and she was talking about soft serve ice cream and the machine they have, and I said, okay, can I get a soft serve ice cream machine for my house? And she said, well, the one I have is like $50,000 or some ridiculous. But she said there is a home. She said, I don't know how good they are, but there's for about $5,000 you can get a home unit that of soft serve ice cream. So I'm
Splurge,
going to
Bill,
look
come
in.
on.
Do
something for yourself.
Treat yourself.
And being the overpaid crybaby that I am.
You
I
should
think,
have.
Yeah, I think I should.
With Radio from Hell on X96.
All right, here we go.
Here we go. The winner from round one. In the 7 o'clock hour, it was, I'm not going to go back to the new normal, State Representative Phil Lyman. He's a legislator.
Yep.
Yeah.
In
He
the
makes
Utah State
decisions.
Legislature. And he was out at that protest out in Stansbury Park that was supposed to be a country music thing. And here's what he says. Now, nobody out there was wearing masks. Hardly anybody. Here's what he said, Phil Lyman. We're a nation of laws. Does that mean whatever comes out of somebody's mouth, if they're the governor, then it's law? It's the opposite of that. It means that even the governor has to obey the law. I'm not going back to some new normal where we don't meet, where we don't gather, where we give up our constitutional rights. It's Boner candidate number one. Going against Boner candidate number two, you shouldn't have thrown it away. It's a man in Germany who cut off his own penis and then tossed it into the bushes. It has not so far been recovered. Boner candidate number two.
All right, there you go. You've got to decide of these two candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to be Boner of the Day, 1 or 2. Remember your candidate number, one that you think should win. Put that number, that single digit is all we need in the message of a text. And then you text that to 33986. Or you can call the producer's booth. I think Cynthia takes your votes in there. 877-602-9696. Just tell her who should be Boner of the Day. Or you can go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Fight June 1, 2020. And vote there. And if you don't see that box, refresh. It should appear. You have until the end of these messages. This is Boner of the Day.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Radio from Hell radio players.
Sex. Boom. There, I said it.
You did it. Good for you. I love how you snicker and can't say that word with a straight face.
I didn't snicker. All I'm saying is our relationship expert is in the studio. And I made a breakthrough. Didn't I?
What was it?
I said sex over the public airwaves.
Oh, by the way, I did get your email with all your questions. We're going to go through them one by one tonight.
All right, thanks for throwing me under the bus.
It's all good, brother. Big Daddy's here.
The birds and the bees. It's a conversation that is a famous in culture.
Oh yeah, critical.
What actual percentage would you say from your experience as a relationship coach, what percentage of families actually have this conversation with their kids?
You know, my gut would tell me 35%.
Really? See, I would have put it somewhere around like 5, 10.
Well, I don't know, you think, but I don't know that they do a great job about it.
You know there's things we don't talk about, kids.
Right.
One of them is the birds and the bees.
I think we're getting to a day and age when more and more of it is happening. There are some great statistics about, teenage sex and things like that. And, those numbers are dropping, not doing it as much as they used to, amazingly.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that nationwide or just in Utah?
Nationwide.
Okay.
And, in fact, I'm looking for those as we're talking. I think what we're starting to see is, for example, younger adolescents, so younger than 15 years of age, are delaying sexual intercourse by a great number. In fact, here's some examples, some other statistics. Ages 12 to 19-year-olds report parents are their greatest influence regarding sexual decision-making and values.
Okay.
37% say their parents were the most important key as opposed to their friends, 33%, siblings 5%, and the media. So parents, it's a critical thing that you talk to your kids. 94% of adolescents and 91% of, it's 94% of adolescents and 91% of parents believe that adolescents should be advised that they should not have sex before completing high school.
That's interesting because, for the most part, not the most part, but a lot of parents believe that their kids aren't going to listen to them.
Oh, yeah. No.
They don't have the kind of influence over their teenagers that they wish they had, but what you're saying is...
They expect it.
So, parents, step up. I think Utah, I believe we do have a bit of stigma around this topic. Sometimes we don't want to go there. Sometimes we think it's opening up a can of worms, but I think it's completely your responsibility, and, you would let your kid go and do something dangerous, without some advice, some information.
Like rock climbing or...
Like rock climbing, right. You'd make sure they knew what was going on. You'd make sure that they...
Or driving.
Uh-huh, right.
What the hell was that?
That was the Radio from Hell radio players.
What? How long was that?
Too long.
How long was that?
4 minutes.
What did they say?
And that was cut off.
And I still don't know what they said.
I have no idea what they were talking
There was
about.
more of it.
Okay, 9:36, time to award Boner of the Day.
And it's brought to you in part by a glass of red wine.
Just one glass?
Oh, it might have been a glass and a half.
And Diversion Eatery offers brunch weekends from 11 to 3. Try the steak and egg poutine with a Bloody Mary or mimosa. It's the best, open daily for dine-in or takeout at 535 North 3rd West. Check out the menu at diversioneatery.com.
Boner candidate number 1. I'm not going back to normal, to the new normal. Phil Lyman, state representative from San Juan County, I think, refusing. I'm not going to wear a mask. Just because the governor says it doesn't mean I have to. And on and on and on. He's a state legislator. Going up against number 2, you shouldn't have thrown it away. A German man who mutilated himself and then threw the member away. I just hate to think who is going to eventually find it.
Yeah.
Because the authorities couldn't locate it. And the winner was number 1, Phil Lyman. I'm not going back to the new normal.
Well, good. And no one should take Phil Lyman seriously anymore.
No.
He is the Boner of the Day for June 1st, 2020. And speaking of this term, the new normal, I think there's maybe a better way to put that. Because, we're not, things are not going to go back to the way they were.
Probably not.
Things will be very different. So I think we say pre-COVID or post-COVID.
POCO? We're
Because
POCO?
I don't know why the new normal is just not sitting well with me, but I
don't
think
like it either.
Post-COVID. We're in a post-COVID world now.
It's the new now is what it is.
We need to quit waiting for things to get better. Like, I'm going to hunker down until things are better. We need to figure out how to live through this.
Yeah.
If that makes sense, not just wait for things to change.
I think that's in a way, by opening things up in a certain, that's what they're trying to do. We're trying to say, well, it's here. It's making people sick and killing them. How can we function? We have to continue to figure out. We have to figure out a way to continue how to function, economically and socially, because it's here.
I mean, it used to freak me out going to the grocery store, like anxiety, and now it's just like when you go to the grocery store, you wear a mask, and it's feeling. I'm more relaxed doing it. I'm noticing, at least at the grocery store I go to, I'm noticing more people are in the habit of wearing masks, and
I don't know why you go though.
What do you mean?
You should get if it's not delivery, at least get pickup, where you don't have to go in the grocery store.
I like to pick stuff out.
Well, what, you want to make sure the Pop-Tarts are fresh?
Exactly.
I mean, come on.
I check. I reach to the back of the stack. I don't want the one that's out front.
Well, generally we do things by, my wife won't let me go to the grocery store. And she tries to avoid going inside, so we do where you go pick it up. And we found that the people who pick your order, they do a pretty good job.
They do. They do.
You know,
we've been getting good produce. We haven't gotten any bad produce yet. I will say this about the delivery, though. We need to get a uniform system down, because every delivery person, we've had a different one every time, and they all have their own protocols. You know, the first time we had it, it was great. She texted us before she came. She says, I'm 10 minutes away. And then once she put the because we told her, don't ring the doorbell, just put them on the porch.
Yeah.
And as soon as she did, she texts us. She goes, I'm pulling out of your driveway right now. Your groceries are there. And that was great. She was in constant communication.
Mm-hmm.
And then the next person that did the delivery, no communication whatsoever. And then yesterday on my delivery, the guy was standing on my porch.
Yeah, you don't want that either.
I just wanted you to know that they were here, and I'm like, you could have texted us. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and so I closed the door. I didn't go out until he left. But
yeah, we just did delivery one time, and I'm not going to do it again.
We've been having good experiences with delivery. It's just the delivery drivers, they all need to talk to each other and say, how are you doing it? Are you doing it this way? And if the customer says to you, because you're in contact with them, if the customer says to you, just leave it on my doorstep and text me when you leave, then do that, you know?
I've had technicians in my house 2 or 3 times, at least, since this started, and it's been pretty. When we had the cable guy come, not the cable, but the internet and all of that. He almost refused to come in the house. He said, "I can't come in."
Well, because he's scared on the other side of it too. I wouldn't be for going.
No, I mean, he said the
someone's
company
house.
policy is I can't come in. I've got to do it all from outside here.
Yeah.
But at some point he said, I really have to look at something in there. So if you don't mind, I'm going to come in. I said, no, it's fine. He was wearing a mask, and he said, I'm not going to touch anything. Just show me where the box is, and I'm going to go look at it. And then and that was fine. And then I've had other repairmen in who I've made them stay in the room that they're working in by themselves, and just the one time the guy was down in the basement. Just yell up at me if you.
Yeah,
and I
but
didn't
yeah,
have
how
to exchange
we,
any
we
money.
need we need things repaired. We're going to have to start figuring out how to do all of that.
I had to let them into the house. There was no other way to do it. I can't live without my dryer going. How am I supposed to live if the TV doesn't work?
Well, and Sue has told me, you better not, slip and fall or anything, because I'm not taking you to the emergency room. You're on your own.
You break a hip, buddy, you're on your own.
You know, Joe had to go to the emergency room. We talked about it last week with his kidney stone, and there was a little bit of, feeling anxious about that. But if it makes you feel any better, the hospitals really are trying to separate out COVID patients from, because they still have regular emergency room calls every day that they have to deal with.
We've had, and I think Dr. Cobbles mentioned this, but we've had people who work at hospitals say, no, they're really safe at this point. They're very, very, it's one of the safer places you could go.
If you need to go. Don't avoid going because you're
I'm
worried
not going.
about. If you have health issues, you need to get them taken. And don't avoid
fine.
going to your regular doctor appointments, especially if you have.
I'm just fine. Don't worry, I'm fine.
Walk it off? Is that what you're going to do?
This tooth does not hurt at all. I'm fine.
All right, we will take a break. We will be back. We're doing our shows live from our basements till further notice, as far as I'm concerned. And until further notice, they're going to 11 a.m. X96.
Father's Day is coming.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Today, we join our elders as they are drawn to a mysterious, uncharted planet.
Are you sure the weird booming voice in your head said that this was the planet?
Yeah, this is the place.
I'm getting no signs of life on this planet anywhere. Just some weird power source in a cavern well beneath the surface.
Well, we better check it out.
Wow, cool cavern. Hey, Lehigh, look. Lava lamps. Keen, huh?
Hey, Butch, you shouldn't mess around with stuff that's not ours.
Put me down.
Who said that?
It came from the lava lamp.
That is not a lava lamp. It is my receptacle. I am Calgon. Welcome to our world.
Sorry. Well, who's in the other receptacle?
That is my son, Polygon. We have resided here for 50,000 years, waiting for someone to come.
Hi. I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
And we heard you call, and we're here to offer any assistance we can. How did you guys end up in these receptacle thingies anyway?
We were a proud people, so technically advanced that we would be considered gods by your standards. We could have made an operational hyperbike the size of a walnut.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Wouldn't be very useful, though.
Centuries ago, our world was ravaged by war. We saw our own destruction and designed this cave to ensure the survival of our species. Of all the great minds of our world, only my son and I have survived.
Well, what do you want from us? A chance to hear the first discussion?
After 50,000 years, we wish to borrow your bodies so that we may get out and stretch our legs.
Oh, and what would happen to us?
You would occupy our receptacles during our short stay in your bodies.
Oh, hey, no way. How do we know you guys even have legs?
Come on, Butch, it'll be fun. Besides, we're here to help people.
And what guarantee do we have that you won't leave us stranded in these receptacles for the next 50,000 years?
I promise. Cross my heart.
Well, we'll have to take your word for that. Okay, we'll do it.
Oh, Father, I had forgotten what it was like to breathe the air. We have been in the receptacles for far too long.
Yes, my son, far too long. I can't wait to have a cup of coffee.
Not in my body, you don't.
And I want to get a Slurpee and give myself brain freeze.
Oh, I hate brain freeze. Hey, time's up. Get back in your receptacles.
Have Butch and Lehigh been cheated out of their bodies? Could our elders baptize a receptacle? Are they waterproof, or do they float? Will Lehigh's body get its first taste of coffee? Can Butch survive a bad case of brain freeze? Tune in next time to hear Calgon say...
Well, my son, we gave our word. It is now time to surrender their bodies and return to our receptacle.
No way! I haven't even gotten to play Nintendo yet. You just want to give them back their bodies because I got the good-looking one.
Oh, how true.
On the next hip-dislocating episode of Space Elders.
Okay, 9:49 right now. People have been sending me some messages talking about how it must be tough to do the show today. Yeah.
Well, I told you I heard from our good friend Brad Wheeler yesterday. He was worried about us having to do the show, and how do you do it? How do you talk about these things? How do you not just be a total Debbie Downer? He didn't say that. I said that.
No.
About the whole thing. And I don't know. Maybe we should check in with Brad and see how we're doing. No, I'm serious.
Get a grade,
because I'm
a
pretty sure
report
he's
card?
listening. I'm pretty sure he's listening. Let's. I'll give you Brad's number in a break, Katie, and we can call him and just check in and say how are we doing.
Well, in the meantime, I think Gina has a list.
Oh, I sure hope so.
We're not going to do that list.
I have a. Well,
I just wonder.
I have the graffiti list. Would you like that?
Sure.
Now,
'cause,
what was the graffiti?
list-
Yeah, go ahead.
The list I had was, tips, weight loss tips for people over 40, and I'm just wondering why I get emailed these things.
Well, you really don't have to wonder, do you? I mean, really?
What's the graffiti list?
Well, this was in the Salt Lake Tribune this morning. A guide to the graffiti and slang that you see after the protests, the spray-painted graffiti.
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
Is this a list?
So,
okay.
Nate Carlisle from the Salt Lake Tribune put this together. From Washington Square to the Capitol, protesters on Saturday painted graffiti to memorialize their complaints. Here's a guide to what some of the acronyms and slang mean. Let's see if you know. 12. You know what that is? You see the number 12?
I was wondering about
spray-painted?
that one. What does that mean?
It's a reference for police. There are conflicting accounts about where it came from. Some believe it references the police drama Adam 12 that ran on TV from 68 to 75. The
Nobody
12th
out there
priest-
protesting knows about 1 Adam 12.
It's a long time piece of graffiti. The 12th precinct was also the setting for Barney Miller.
Yeah, nobody out there protesting knows Barney Miller or 1 Adam 12.
That doesn't mean that it still couldn't be that, because it's been around for a long time.
I don't know.
ACAB. It's another thing you'll see.
Yeah, I've seen that one. I don't know what that one is.
All cops are bastards.
Ooh, okay.
BLM. Not
Black
referring
Lives-
to the Bureau of Land Management.
No, Black Lives Matter.
FTP.
F the police?
The last two words are the police. The first word is what you think it is.
Yeah,
Carlisle writes. GMT.
Gina Marie.
It's gets me tight.
Gets me tight.
Which is slang for angry.
Oh, okay.
Gets me tight.
Okay.
I can't breathe. That one's pretty obvious. So that's a guide to just some of the stuff that you see around, sprayed around town. Most of it's gone by now, by the way. So there's your list.
That's it. That
okay.
was a short list.
That was a short
We
list.
hope
but-
you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
I mean, you could still have some weight loss tricks. People over 40. I don't know why these are specifically for people over 40.
It's
Is it women over 40 in particular? Women of Italian descent over 40 who have gray roots?
Yep, I'm still not died. Ditch the yo-yo diets is number 1.
Okay, that's for everyone.
Yeah, these are. Take your sleep seriously. This is a terrible list.
Yeah.
Stop
is.
reusing your water bottles. Why is that a thing? Let's see. Oh, it's the BPA thing. I'm just going to stay fat. That's my solution.
Or Gina's going to go out and start spray painting SF. Stay fat.
Stay fat. Come on. No, but that would require me going out and spray painting something. I'm not going to do that. I'm remaining seated. Right now. And I turned the air off. Does that sound better? I'll just swelter in here without my air conditioning on.
Well, let's now. Is it handy that you can reach it right now? We'll just let listeners decide for you. Okay. So this is with air conditioning off.
They've weighed in. They hear it.
I'm
but
sorry.
is it terrible? If they hear it, but is it terrible?
If they can hear it, then it's terrible. But
Yeah,
I'm
it's
sorry.
pretty loud. I think you should swelter
Sweat?
or move to another room. Must be the furnace is really close to where.
It's right outside my window, right there. See
Is
the
it?
Indiana Jones poster? It's just on the other side of
Oh, okay.
There's the problem.
I also need to change out my poster. Carrie changes his out every day.
Every day. There's my.
I have
Mr.
fresh.
Science Theater.
My wife left fresh flowers here. See on mine.
that's
X96.com/live.
Yeah, you keep see. You don't change yours out. You add to it daily.
Yeah, it's congregating. I'm adding to it. You're right. I'm adding to it.
All right. Well, oh no, you don't hear anything because she shut it off. Zeke.
Yeah.
Yeah. He says, "I don't hear anything."
Yeah, I turned it off.
We shut
I'll
it
just
off.
Sit here and if you go to x96.com/live, you can watch me sweat. And see
Well, you
that
could
I
take.
don't have it
You
on.
could try wearing fewer clothing items.
What do you mean?
Wear less clothing. You won't be
I
quite
don't
so
have
hot.
a lot. I've got a short sleeve shirt on. I
Yeah?
took my socks off. I don't
Yeah.
have socks on.
Yeah.
What? How much less do you want? Oh, that
Sports
stretch
bra?
feels really good.
Sports bra?
Yeah, I got a sports bra on.
Yeah, you go to get down to that. We'll have you naked before you know it.
No.
No.
Yes, people are enjoying watching at x96.com/live. Well, all right. Let's. People are guessing what GMT stands for. Greenwich Mean Time.
It's Greenwich Mean Time. That's what it is.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Giant MFing tambourines.
Yes, it's also that.
All right. Well, tell you what. Let's take a break quickly, and when we come back, we'll have Police Chief Mike Brown on the phone, hopefully, and we can talk to him about what's going on. And yeah, let's get Bad Brad Wheeler on the phone to see how
Get
we're
a
doing.
report.
Because maybe he has some perspective on this. All right, KXRK Provo. Let's do a thing here. Go ahead.
Yes. May I help you?
Carrie Jackson and Bill Allred here to see Mr. Acme?
Carrie Jackson and Bill Allred? And this is regarding...
Well, we work for Mr. Acme, and he wanted to see us today.
I see. And you work for him in which one of his businesses?
Radio. You know, we do a morning radio show at his radio station.
Oh, yes. Mr. Acme is involved with some little broadcast facility somewhere, isn't he? Let me call him. He's having his daily rub-down right now. Mr. Acme?
What the hell do you want? You know I don't like to be disturbed when Gregor is giving me my rub-down. Ouch! Damn it! I told you that my coccyx is sore, Gregor! I'm calling the doctor. Don't rub me so hard there! Jesus. Now what the hell do you want?
I'm sorry, Mr. Acme, but there are 2 radio people out here to see you. What were your names again?
Carrie and Bill. Bill?
Is that Allred and Jackson out there? God, I forgot. It's salary time again. Okay, tell them to have a seat. We're just about finished here. Damn it, Gregor! Don't push so hard on that! Oh, I'm sore everywhere that my belt rubs.
Have a seat, gentlemen. Mr. Acme will be right with you.
Oh, great. Acme's got some sore muscles, and we're here to talk about raises. What great timing.
Oh, he's always in a bad mood or sore or something anyway. I don't see where one day is any better than another when it comes to talking about money. For hell's sakes, Gary. I mean, last year during our job evaluation meeting, he jumped across the restaurant table and jabbed the dinner fork into my upper thigh. I bled like a pig.
I remember. He must have stuck that thing in about 3 inches.
Yeah, thanks for closing me up. I don't know if I've ever told you enough how grateful I was.
Don't worry about it. It was nothing. I was just glad I had that little staple gun in my backpack.
I'm nervous. I mean, I'm just not very good at this asking for a raise thing.
Remember, we got to be tough. We got to stand our ground. I mean, sure, we're asking for a lot, but, we work hard at the radio station. I don't think that 15 every 2 weeks is too much to ask.
But, Carrie, 15 every 2 weeks adds up to $30 a month. I'm telling you, it's too much. He'll never go for it.
I think you're right. We got to get out of here. Oh, okay. Here's what we do.
What?
I'll pretend that I'm sick, and then you pretend to rush me to the hospital, okay?
Okay.
Ma'am, will you tell Mr. Acme we'll be back some other time? I've got to rush my partner to the hospital. I think it's his ovaries or something. His uvula or something. You're going to be okay.
On this day.
On this day, Alan Wilder, keyboardist, vocals for Depeche Mode, was born in 1959.
Well, and that song certainly featured plenty of keyboard.
Yes.
All right. It is 10:01, KXRK Provo. We are broadcasting live from our homes until further notice, and that means these shows go to 11 a.m. And we have on the phone Police Chief Mike Brown.
Good morning, Chief. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, it's been a rough few days for a lot of people, and the police certainly among them. Can you, Chief Brown, just talk a little bit about how your response, your men and women responded to this? What the philosophy was in trying to deal with the whole situation?
Bill, they responded with bravery and courage, and I'm just going to start out and say, I've been doing this job 29 years. I have never seen officers come together and put their lives on the line to protect life and the violence that they faced. And I couldn't be prouder as the police chief. But it wasn't just Salt Lake City. It was UHP, West Valley PD, Conwood Heights, Sandy, Riverton. All didn't send officers. I mean, they're reeling from a death of one of their own, and they sent officers. The entire state came together, and it didn't matter what patch or badge they were wearing. They stood in unison, and they protected the citizens and the people of Salt Lake City.
It seemed to me as I watched some of it happening that that the police really did show restraint for the most part in how they dealt with this. And then right at the end, when it looked like things were going to get really out of hand, as the riot police formed that barrier and started moving people back, that was even done, it seemed to me, in a measured way.
No, that's correct. And that was, I mean, in Salt Lake City, and you know this, we've always been open to people that want to come down here and express their views. We honor the First Amendment right. We respect it. We give them the space to say things that some of us don't like. But we do not, and we will not allow things to turn violent. And that's what happened on Saturday. I mean, that was a very violent situation that turned extremely fast. And look, you always hope for the best and you prepare for the worst. We had our officers. We had what we needed to go in and take care of the situation. But you have to do it with a strategy. Many times we want to stay out of the limelight. We don't want to be the focus of the protest, which is exactly what happened. As soon as we had to go in and put our officers, our public order unit in that position, we became that focus. That's when the bottles started to fly, the rocks, a baseball bat. One of our officers was struck in the head with a baseball bat. Somebody threw a gallon of milk. Somebody picked up a 10-pound water cover and hurled at our officers. I mean, they were being pelted right and left, and they stood there and they did what they needed to do. And like I say, I couldn't be prouder of the work they did that day.
I know you're now. I don't know. I just have seen a couple of bulletins here that said that the police, Salt Lake City Police Officers Union, is being very critical of Mayor Mendenhall and saying that she hung the cops out to dry. We spoke with her earlier today, and she was nothing but complimentary about you and the officers who responded.
Yeah, I mean, there are concerns, but Bill, right now, I stand with our officers and what we did. And if somebody calls in and has a complaint, we will always look at those things. We will take the necessary precautions. We will. I mean, we have the memorandum of understanding, which is the guidance that gives us to go through and to look at these complaints. And we've always stood by that, and we've held our officers accountable. But on the other hand, there are many times that people call in with fraudulent charges and allegations, and I want to say we'll look at those too, but if we find that people are making up stories and accusing our officers of things that just did not happen, we will go after them. That's a fraudulent police report, and that's a crime.
That's a shame that even has to happen. I don't know what people are thinking. And I know you're there was an incident where an older man got pushed down by, it looks like, by an officer, and I know you're right on top of that as well, right?
Yes. No, I've seen that, and look, again, we've dealt with that. We'll look at that. We have a couple. Internal affairs will run that through its course, and then it'll be turned over to the civilian review board to take a look at it. But in openness and transparency, we all saw what occurred, and at first blush, that is inappropriate. But we will take the necessary steps to go through and to review that and investigate it.
Does this make so now somebody wants to have a protest march or demonstration in downtown Salt Lake next week or next month? Does this make it more difficult or for them to do, or is it more difficult for you?
Boy, that's a good question. I mean, I'd like to say no, but in what we're seeing across the country, it does make us go, wow. What precautions do we need to take, or what aren't we seeing? So, I think again, we'll always be very prepared. We would love to give people the space, and we would just plead. Please be peaceful. We'll accommodate you. We'll get you to where you want to go. We'll give you the space, but it cannot turn violent, and we will not allow our officers. We will not allow our officers to be assaulted. And that's another thing. We made 46 arrests, over the last couple of days. There are more arrests coming. believe me, we have in the day and age of video and cameras, we have a lot of people caught in high definition doing vandalism and assaulting cops. And we're going to review those and screen them, and we're going to arrest those people.
A lot of people are asking about Bow and Arrow guy. What happened to him?
Bow and Arrow guy. What happened? And I've talked to the officers who were actually there at that time. That happened 10 or 15 feet in front of where our officers were. At the time, they saw a surge of people go to him, and the fight was on. They didn't see the bow and arrow part. They couldn't see that, but they saw what was occurring, and they were assaulting this person. They stepped in. They took him out of that situation. In fact, they took him back to medical and turned him over to medical. And so there's a lot of saying, "Hey, you let him go." Well, we didn't know it. We didn't see it. But we now have the video, and we have what we need, and we're going to go forward and screen charges on him too.
Yeah. Do you have any idea of the people who were arrested? How many of them were from outside of Salt Lake City?
You know, I don't know how many from outside. I would dare bet there's a few. And like I said the other day, there are people from out of the state and that have come here. So they're from all over.
Yeah, Chief Brown, it's a tough job. I would not ever want to be in your shoes. I don't know. It's a terrible job to have to do, and decisions have to be made on the spur of the moment sometimes, and things can get ugly. But I hope that you and your officers know that at least from my vantage point, when I was watching, I thought you handled things with as much restraint as you possibly could for the most part.
Thank you, Bill. That means a lot to us. And I will say we've had, the outpouring of compliments and to our officers have just been unbelievable, from residents here in the city to business owners to people across the country. So there are a lot of people that feel the very same way, and I do too. This is a great police department, and in my opinion, with the best officers in the country. None better.
It's a pleasure to talk to you as usual. So usually when we speak, it's on better, it's about nicer things. I'm sorry that it has to be this way, but hang in there, and we support nonviolence. We're very much part of the whole movement of we do need to find that systemic racism and deal with it and root it out wherever it is, and but at the same time, the violence is just unacceptable.
It doesn't further it doesn't lead to anything that helps the issue, and I think that's what you're seeing across the country. I think there are a lot of good people that came out because they were upset that what happened to Mr. Floyd, and in doing so, their message was hijacked by this violence we're seeing. And that's what happened in Salt Lake City.
It really takes away from what that message is, and the violence doesn't amplify it. It covers it up and makes it secondary to just the ugliness of the situation. I wish it could be like in the old days up in Ogden. There was a guy up there, Reverend Robert Harris, and Reverend Harris was a old preacher and a railroad man, and he would like to have a protest, and he'd protest anything and everything, and once a week maybe he'd have a protest, and his protest was he would go lay down in the middle of Washington Boulevard, the busiest thoroughfare in town. And so what he'd do is he'd call the police and say, "I'm going to go have my protest. I'm going to lay down," and the police would come and they'd put barricades around him and stand there while he had his protest of lying in Washington Boulevard, and they'd just kind of direct traffic around him. Then he'd get up and go away, and then maybe next week or the next month he'd do it. That to me, that's the kind of protest we need to have.
Well, I was going to say, let's do that on a larger scale.
Sure. Yeah.
Let's do that on a larger scale.
Yeah, and I appreciate you're talking about this today on your radio, and your listeners are hearing this. But if there's anything you would ever like to do, I'm always willing to sit down and listen. And like I say, it's so easy to hate from afar. You can sit on your couch eating Doritos and be madder than heck at somebody on TV. But when you sit down at a table and talk with them and understand they're people too, that's where we really start understanding and making a difference in this country and in the city. And I'm more than willing to do that. I've said that time and time again. And that's what we're going to do tomorrow. I'm sitting down with Pastor Davis, Pastor Moses, Jeanette Williams, Kathy Stokes, a lot of African-American leaders in this city. And we're going to sit down and we're going to go through all of our policies on restraint and control holds and everything we do. And I'm going to demonstrate them. And I say, look at this. Tell me what we're missing. I think we have very good policies, but I want to be open and transparent. And if I've got a blind spot or we're doing something wrong, I want to have that conversation. But it's not one and done. Let's keep talking, because that's where we're going to make a difference and change the culture of policing in this country.
I think that message you just said there is what
Yes.
people want and need to hear. So thank you for that, Chief.
Thanks, Chief Brown. And nice to talk to you, and we'll chat
too.
again in the future.
Thank you so much. Be safe.
All right, thank you. All right.
I've heard from our friend Brad Wheeler. He is listening to the show today.
Mhm.
And
Did he give us
I'm
a
gonna,
report?
So I think maybe if we could get a hold of Brad, it's just I want to get a report on how we're doing, a report card on how we're doing. So maybe in our next break we can talk to the Reverend Brad Wheeler.
Sure. Either that or news, because we're here till 11. All right. Well, let's take a break, and we will be back. X96. We got the rest of the potato chips.
All right, now we've tried so we started with the cappuccino flavored Lay's potato chips.
Which didn't knock us out, but we didn't hate, except for Gina. She
I
hated
hated
them.
them.
Now,
And the wasabi.
Now they've had 4 new flavors, and people want to call them both. Wasabi. Bill tried the wasabi as well. Bill Frost.
Yep. Not hot. Good. Not hot.
Yeah.
They're not hot.
Now,
tasty.
But they're flavorful.
Now I've got the bag of cheddar, bacon, mac and cheese here, and Gina said of the wasabi, "Oh, you got your winner right here." My guess is she won't even try the bacon, mac and cheese.
Yeah, I'm sure there's not actual cheese in it.
No, there is. There is. I read the ingredients. There's like cheese powder or something. This is your winner.
Hmm.
She won't even try them. No.
I thought you didn't like cheese not because of the flavor, but because it's cheese. And this is
It's a principle. No, I'm not gonna.
and this is far enough
You're
removed
gonna love it. You're
from
gonna love it.
from cheese
do it.
that
She has standards and principles.
I have totally arbitrary rules.
That's exactly. I think that's your winner.
Now there's one more there. What's
Yeah.
that one?
Mango salsa.
Which
Those are-
somebody in the chat room said tasted like potpourri.
Right.
this isn't bad.
Yeah.
Maybe it actually is potpourri.
Although if you eat a few of those, the bacon mac and cheese, they get kind of too salty.
They're not bad.
And here's the wavy mango salsa.
Wavy mango salsa.
Wavy because
I like the idea of mango
Yeah.
salsa.
No?
No good.
Potpourri? Too sweet?
yeah,
Let's see.
too artificial.
Am I right then, without even tasting the bacon mac and cheese, that the wasabi is the best?
No, the bacon mac and cheese is better.
Well, I think your winner is the bacon mac and cheese, because mainstream America will love that flavor.
Let me see the wasabi again.
No.
Yeah,
You
potpourri.
have those.
I bought them. What do you
Potpourri.
mean no?
Yeah, mango salsa is a hard sell.
Yeah, that's no good. I don't like it.
You can put it on the back of your toilet tank.
Why would you?
Yeah. Out of all of them, I would say the wasabi is the best flavor, but the winner is the bacon mac and cheese. America will vote for that one.
Oh, yeah.
By the
Mango
way-
salsa's weird.
Yeah. By the way, you notice I'm sharing all of my chips. Girl who wouldn't give me a cookie last week.
4 cookies made for me with my name on them. A gift.
Yeah.
Was
Yes.
it 4 cookies that
Yes.
spelled out Gina?
No, but my name was written on the box.
Yeah, I know.
It's different than you buying 4 bags of chips.
It's
not the same thing at all.
I know. It would have been
You
a
could
gift.
replace these chips at any moment
It would have
several
been
times over.
It would have been a gift from your heart, which you were unwilling to make to someone who argued for equal wages for you.
You can't drag that out.
Yeah, why not?
It was proposed.
I can't even finish this one mango
They're
salsa.
terrible.
Yeah, they're not good.
Actually, I like the wasabi okay. I like the bacon mac and cheese best.
I had high hopes for the mango salsa one. If it actually tasted like mango salsa.
Too much mango, not enough salsa. That's the problem.
In a
You
couple
got
of
your percentages off.
In a couple of seconds, I'm going to try one of those dog biscuits. That you
They're
put
very
out
good.
For Ripley.
They're peanut butter. All right, 10:20 right now, and we'll do some news in the next break because you always over-prepare, but Bad Brad Wheeler is on the phone.
Brad,
God
how
bless
are you?
Gary Jackson.
Hey, thank you,
I'm
Brad.
good, Bill Allred. How are you?
Fine. Gina's fine,
It
too.
felt like the police commissioner didn't want to answer that question about the union, did he?
There's
Mike Brown.
There's something there. I don't know what it is, but there's something
I feel like
there.
you guys are breaking news this morning. Like there's something there.
Yeah, the police union. Yeah, he doesn't want to call out the police union, certainly, and
He doesn't want to call out his boss either, does
and
he?
he doesn't want to call out Aaron Mendenhall either. Yeah.
But I thought,
yeah,
I thought
go
they
ahead.
worked well together. Go ahead. I'm sorry. You go ahead.
No, it seemed like they do too. I thought. She was nothing but complimentary when we talked to her this morning.
And even on social media with the post she made about him investigating the crossbow guy and the police officer that pushed down the guy with a cane, I thought was very polite and respectful.
Yeah. Hey, Brad, now, I don't know how long you've been listening to the show this morning. Brad Wheeler, by the way, longtime radio personality here in Salt Lake and musician. Brad has actually played with Willie Nelson live.
Mm-hmm. And here's the thing about
Yeah.
Brad Wheeler, is we usually loathe most people in radio, but Brad is one of the rare ones that we embrace.
Well, he's
Well,
more
you
than
guys are-
radio. That's why.
Yeah.
Well, you guys are very dear to me, and I come to you often for advice for people who don't know. Like this is my radio diocese, Gina, right here. This is what-
For Catholic
Yeah.
roots.
Well,
I like
now,
that.
Brad, yesterday you texted me and said tomorrow's going to be kind of tough, probably being on the radio.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys are aware of it, but I really feel like this is the place where the whole state comes together in the morning to have the conversation about yesterday or the weekend, and you guys are tasked with bringing this conversation to light. And I thought, my God, how the hell is Bill going to do this tomorrow? And I sent you that text, just trying to. Myself being in radio, I don't envy you guys today, but I'm grateful for you doing this job.
So how have we been doing? We've been doing okay.
I think you've been doing a great job. I'm not tuned into any other media source this morning. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's really no other place to talk about this than here, I feel like, today.
Well, I appreciate that, and I was, and I didn't know what we would do today, and I still don't know what we did, or I can't remember what we did starting at 6:00. So.
I know what,
and I feel. The
I know what
conversation's going to go on for a while too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I know what I've been doing, and I want to pat myself on the back for it. I've been biting my tongue because there's been a lot of things I've wanted to say today that I talked to Gina about before we started that I just know will not help, and so I'm sitting back.
Here, Carrie, think of it this way. This is not a conversation that's just today.
Yeah.
This is an ongoing conversation, and there's the feelings that you're having. There's times to discuss those for sure. I don't want you to think that this is it.
These are conversations that Joe and I had in the shed for 20 years.
Exactly.
I mean, this stuff is not. This is the same stuff that's been going on. You know, it's really weird. I was talking with some Zen people the other day, Bill, and we were talking about this event, and I don't know why, but I started thinking about, and coming off of this story goes too long, but I started thinking about, I was sitting at Joe's house one time, and teasing him about being Irish, black Irish, you know, and he was telling me how Thelma, you know, was part Native American, and I said, you know, we ought to get a genetic test done on Thelma. Like, she might be an Indian princess. And not only that, she might have some casino money coming. Like, and Joe's like, damn, that's a good idea. you know? And I looked at Thelma, and this is really hard to talk about, but she's like, Brad, I don't want to know. I don't care to know. And I was like, what do you mean? She's like, those people in my past, just let them rest, Brad. And it hit me that there is so much trauma in their family tree that they would rather just let that rest than know about their history.
Yeah.
I get it churning up. It's and Thelma, Joe would have been 101 yesterday, day
on
before
Saturday
yesterday?
during the protest, and I think about that too. I know he just would have shook his head. I know he's glad he's in heaven, and I feel. You would think that with all that Joe taught us, well, maybe that's why there were no protests and riots in Ogden. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I feel like Joe taught some of us, you know?
Yeah, and then Thelma passed just recently, too, I know. So it's been pretty hard. It's hard on you, I know.
This is Joe McQueen we're talking about. I'm not sure if that was
Joe
clear.
McQueen. Joe McQueen, longtime musician. And
first African-American to play white clubs in Ogden, first one to attend white clubs in Salt Lake when Dizzy Gillespie put him on the guest list. Made music integration possible in Utah. There would be no white or black people playing together if Joe McQueen hadn't come to town. And it feels weird to say this, and I know for those who don't know it, but I essentially had a black grandfather and grandmother. And it's I don't know what it is to be black, but they have definitely shared their experience with me, and it's hard. It's hard. It's hard.
When you've been open to that, Brad, and I'm glad you mentioned that, because none of us talking right now know what it's like to be black, but we need to listen to our friends
Absolutely.
and neighbors and our community and let them educate us, because the four of us can sit and talk about this, but none of us really know what it's like. We need to be willing to listen.
No, and you know what, I thought about it last night too, and maybe we should get Dr. Crawford on the show. It might be good for you guys to talk to Forrest, because Forrest really has a really good way of helping to explain the black situation to white people in a way that white people can grasp. That sometimes they get so defensive, they're like, well, that's not me or my family, and you're not listening at that point. You know, that's not what it's about. It's about them. It's not about you. It's about them.
Maybe we should get him on.
It's I just was thinking about Joe though, and I spent a little time around him when I interviewed him, and just what a delightful, funny, varied human being he was. And I think, how can anybody just stereotype somebody like that and say, well, I can't like that person, I hate that person because of the color of his skin. He's just a wonderful
and you
guy.
remember, Bill, the story Joe told us that he was guilty of the same thing. I don't know if
Yeah.
you remember that.
I do,
Like Joe
actually.
growing up hated white people.
Mm-hmm.
He hated them. And one day he was talking about some white person, and his grandma said, "You hate that guy, why don't you go over there and tell him?" You know? And he's like, "I don't want to do that." And she's like, "Well, then what are you doing? You know? You think your hate is doing anything against him? It's just eating you up, you know?" And then later he found out, you know, that he had a white grandfather, and that was a big thing for him as well. But, you know, the one thing Joe would say over and over and over, and I know people are saying enough with the Martin Luther King, but I believe it. Joe would say, "For me, I choose love because hate is too heavy a burden to carry."
Yep.
And it's true. The only thing that's going to solve this thing is empathy and compassion and love.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only thing that's going to solve this thing.
I'm glad we called you, Brad.
I love you, Bill. I love you, Carrie. I love you, Gina. I'm grateful for you
Reverend.
guys.
The Reverend.
Thank you, Brad Wheeler. Go back to your grass hut.
I will. I've been ready to come over there and hang out on the porch during some of these shows and have my own protest. Do we need to start a protest for this 11 o'clock thing, or are we cool with it? What's going on?
Well, maybe we could get an extra microphone over there. We just get a cord and run it out to the front porch, and you could sit out there and be on the show. Maybe we could figure that out.
Porch conversations over at Bill's. I'm down. I could give me some exercise. I need it, actually.
You're a
Walking
porch
over there
pounder
would be
from
good.
way back, Brad.
That's true. It's true.
Danny and I played last night. It was the first time we played in a long time. It was good.
The porch pounders are back together? Oh, good.
Yeah, just coincidentally, Danny hadn't been gigging, and I said, "Hey, why don't you come out to the garage and play?" And then he's like, "Hey, why don't you get up here on stage and play with me?" So, yeah. So I
Nice.
guess we had an informal reunion last night.
Nice,
All right,
nice.
Brad.
We got to go.
I think
I love
we're
you
going
guys.
to be.
Thank you
love
again
you.
for doing what you do.
We're going to be
Thank
calling
you.
you again, Brad, I think.
We'll see ya.
Okay.
All right, love you.
See you later.
God bless. Bye.
All right, well, we'll take a break. We'll be back with leftover news after these X96.
Is it chilly weather yet?
I think
You want to eat chili?
Well, see, I had a little argument with my wife, and I just wanted to clear this up. I know it's September.
Yeah.
Uh,
I don't
that's-
think it's quite chilly weather
Well,
yet.
but so
It's
my
going to be like almost 90 today.
some friends of ours, our friends the Duncans, Linda had some surgery, so we made dinner for them. And my wife said to me a couple of days before, will you make dinner for the Duncans? And I said, yeah, sure. And I said, well, I said, what should I make? Maybe I'll make lasagna. And then I thought, no. Dave's from an Italian family. He grew up eating Italian food, and his mother cooks Italian. I'm not going to make lasagna. I know, a big pot of chili. I'll make a big pot of chili. So I have all this planned, and then the day before yesterday, I said, well, I'm going to make that chili for the Duncans tomorrow. My wife said, well, chili?
It's hot.
It's not chilly weather.
It's not chilly weather. She's
and
right.
I
Well-
thought of chili when it was rain. It was rainy last week, and it was kind of rainy and drizzly. And I said chili, and then she said, "Well, it's not chilly weather." And I thought, "Come now, wait a minute though. I like a good bowl of chili anytime."
Chili is a...
Here's why actually hot weather is chilly weather.
Yeah.
Why is it that in the Latin American countries, that's where all the spicy food is?
Yeah.
It's because it's so hot, they want to sweat so that it cools them down. So make it spicy, and it's chilly weather.
Yeah. I just I just don't understand why there has to be a certain weather for certain food.
No, it's like
if
Joe,
it's good chili,
Joe makes
anytime.
these stews, but he can only do it like in the fall and the winter. Like
But that's
having
mainly because he has
stew in...
he has clients in town.
No, but like you don't have stew in July.
Sure you do.
Stew is a cold weather.
That's true. We make chicken noodle soup, and
You don't ever
and
do
we
it in the
only do
summer.
that when it starts to get cold.
But you can do it.
But I think that you could, and again with the spicy, that's what I think.
I'm telling you, Richie goes to the soup kitchen any time of the year.
But I'm thinking about it, and I'm thinking like there are only certain days when you can have the grilled cheese and the tomato soup. Like there's only those colder days. It's that same kind of thing. It's,
Okay. Well, that's fine. You guys go ahead. You guys go ahead and pigeonhole yourselves. I'm going to be the guy who has grilled cheese and tomato soup any day of the week.
When it's 100 degrees
No, I
outside.
had
Grilled
that a few
cheese
weeks
and
ago. I had that a few weeks ago because we had tomatoes from Dad's garden, and we had too many.
You made tomato soup?
So Sue made tomato soup, and we had grilled cheese.
By the way, you can always bring me more tomatoes.
Oh, okay. Smoked Gouda,
Yeah.
grilled cheese.
Yeah.
Awesome. Gouda.
So that's I'm going to be the guy because I like a good
You
bowl
break
of
the
chili.
rules there,
Anytime.
Bill.
Stu, you have Joe next summer.
Okay.
Right.
Have Joe make me a stew.
We'll have you over for stew.
I'm telling
I'm
you.
not following society's rules.
I'm not putting up with that chilly weather.
That's right.
I'm going to eat chili anytime I want.
Don't try to tell me.
Sometimes I felt a little tied down by a mortgage, kids. I felt tied down
you're
by.
pushing back.
That's it,
Push
baby.
back.
That's it.
Take that.
No more crap for me. I'm eating chili in the summer.
Take that, society.
In your face, man.
Always being held down by the man.
That's it. All right. Chili for me.
That's right.
Thank
Don't
you.
chain
Thank
me
you.
down with your manners.
Exactly.
Does it sound good?
I'm semi-condensed.
No, it does not. All right. Gavin Rossdale said that the band has a new album.
The Bush
Called
Band?
The Kingdom. Yeah, Bush. Kingdom, it's called. The Kingdom. And they're going to release it this summer despite the fact that much of the industry is shut down. Gavin said, I think that we're either going to look really smart or really dumb. We're really something. It's a good step. We're at the really point of life.
I think you added some reelies in there.
No, actually I did not.
No?
Really?
No. Here, I'll do the
Okay.
really. I'll do the quote again. I think that we're going to look quote, I think we're either going to look really smart or really dumb. We're really something. It's a good step. We're at the really point of life.
Jeez.
Gwen, you're
All right,
better
Jeff.
off.
That's
Yeah.
what he said.
Mm-hmm.
Perry Mason. HBO, Perry Mason, reimagined series. The popular detective novel character created by, anybody remember the name of the creator of Perry Mason?
I don't recall, no.
No.
The writer, Earl Stanley Gardner.
No.
Made famous by the 50s and 60s TV series of the same name, now getting a new miniseries adaptation by HBO, premiering June 21st. It's also going to be available on HBO Max. How about that?
See, then you'll be able to watch it because you got the HBO Max.
Yeah, well, it's available on HBO,
Oh,
too.
okay.
It's the Perry Mason theme.
Didn't know there were words, did you?
No.
It's the Blues Brothers Band doing the Perry Mason theme.
Matthew Reeves will star as Perry Mason. And it's going to be set in 1931 Los Angeles.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Yeah. It stars also John Lithgow
Oh, really?
as E.B. Jonathan, whoever that is. Juliet Rylance as Della Street.
Of course.
Chris Chalk as Detective Paul Drake, who also, I always had a feeling he was, like getting it on with Della in the background.
I always thought there was kind
Shay-
of a love triangle there,
Yeah. Shay Wiggum, Stephen Root, Gail Rankin, Nate Cordry. Good cast of people.
Wow.
Lily Taylor.
I'll give it a
Wow.
try.
Yeah. Perry Mason. 4,000 acre wildfire on Stansbury Island out in the Great Salt Lake. You know what caused it?
What?
Explosive targets.
Oh, well, we know about that,
Yeah.
don't we?
Yeah, we know about explosive targets because we went to a thing years ago. We saw, so I saw it online, or I saw it on the news, or in somewhere. Kaboom Days, it was called in
Where was it?
Monroe, near Monroe,
Monticello?
but it was
I don't know.
near Monroe, Utah.
Yeah.
It was, oh crap, I can't think of the name now. But excuse me, I got something in.
Well, what you do is there would be explosive targets set up on the mountainside, and we then would shoot them and hopefully make them explode.
Do you know what the
Yep,
first thing
and-
that comes up when you Google Kaboom?
Elsinore, Utah.
Do you know what the first thing that comes up when you Google Kaboom Days?
What's that?
Was
A
the
video of you
shutdown?
guys.
A video of us?
of you guys at Kaboom Days.
We were at the last
'cause-
Kaboom Days.
I'll tweet
Because it was
this
put
out.
on. They put it. They start so it was the volunteer fire department, and they did it as a fundraiser, and so we went out and they let us shoot targets that had explosives in them, and they ended up starting a fire on the side of the mountain, and then they had to being the volunteer fire department, then they had to go put it out, and the county commission or whatever said no more of that, okay?
Yeah.
No
Yeah.
more. No more.
So we were at the last one.
I
What's
just tweeted it out. You guys, you guys. I think I was having a baby or something. That's why I didn't go.
We were shooting guns. Boy, got something caught right there,
Right there. Do you need a minute,
just like a little crumb or something.
Carrie? You
Maybe.
could. You could probably play a little bit of Kaboom Days.
Well, send it to me.
Okay.
Let's see what we got.
Yeah, I don't think there was any swearing in it or anything like that.
I don't
no,
think so.
because it was on TV. They're showing the. Here, I'll send it to you. Kate.
Oh, was that on? I don't recall. It was actual broadcast TV.
How are you sending it to me?
I'll Twitter DM you.
All right.
President Trump has blamed many people for his administration's flawed response to coronavirus. China, governors, the Obama administration, the World Health Organization. In recent weeks, he's also faulted the information he's received from an obscure analyst who delivers his daily intelligence briefings. Mr. Trump has insisted that the intelligence agencies gave him inadequate warnings about the threat of the virus. And publicly, intelligence officials have backed him. But during private channels, people who are in charge of briefing Donald Trump on intelligence matters have said, we have a difficulty getting him to pay attention in the briefings.
He wanders off and.
Yep.
Here we go. You want to hear the news story about us at Kaboom Days?
The idea is simple. Take careful aim, squeeze the trigger, and blow stuff up. Kaboom Days sprang from an idea to raise some money for the Elsinore Volunteer Fire Department.
We needed a way to raise some money.
For $1 a shot, the fire department gets to raise some money.
Man can spend money in the name of the hunt or in the name of guns, and this is right down the shooting alley.
There's a lot of people that like to shoot, and it gives them something different to shoot at, I think, is probably the biggest thing.
For experts and amateurs alike, there's something intriguing about guns and explosives.
Why come down to Kaboom Days? Because I couldn't quite believe what I heard that they do, and that's shoot guns and blow stuff up. And what red-blooded American boy doesn't want to shoot guns and blow stuff up?
It's about blowing stuff up is what it's about.
That's what it's about.
And what do you do when you hit the target?
Well, you scream like a hillbilly.
Good Lord.
It's just the neatest thing to be able to see that go off and know that you
windy
actually
there.
guided that bullet in there to make that happen.
And there's my shot. Boom.
Is everything you thought it would be?
It was actually cooler.
It was more than I thought it would be.
Reporting from Elsinore, I'm Russell Wild.
Reporting from Elsinore.
Whatever made me think that I look good in those sunglasses.
You should go to my
Well,
Twitter feed
those
at
are-
RFH Gina. You can watch the Kaboom Days video of Carrie
None
and
of
Bill
us-
blowing stuff up.
None of us wanted to tell you, Carrie. But we just,
There was those Men in Black ones that I had. I thought I looked good in them. All right. Well, we can continue this after the break. I'm sure you have some more leftover news.
sure need a drink of water.
Yeah, you better get one. All right. We'll take a break. We'll be back. X96.
Program, Carrie and Bill. And let's see, it's time to check out the answering machine. Have you...
Yeah, go ahead and access it. We have an answering machine here at work because, well, we don't like personal calls at home. I use my phone at home for outgoing calls only.
Hi there, you've reached the offices of Carrie and me, Bill, the radio from hell guys. And if you have anything to say to us, we're not picking up, so wait for the beep.
Usually these calls come in after hours. I mean, after we're not here,
Yeah,
that is.
after
right?
like 1 or 2.
It's rewinding.
Yeah.
Hi, Mr. Allred. This is Dr. Arnold's office calling.
Oh.
I have what I hope is good news for both you and Samantha. Samantha's definitely pregnant.
Hey.
She's a very healthy bitch, so we anticipate no problems. She's about a month along.
Good.
So she should deliver in about 2 months. Our
Well.
office will be open until 5 p.m., so please try to pick her up before then. We'll have her well-groomed and ready to go.
Well-groomed?
I didn't tell you guys I got a
Thank
Chihuahua,
you.
did I?
Oh, it's a Chihuahua.
It's a little. I got a new little dog.
Oh, they're so cute.
I know you
They
got
are.
little beady eyes.
Yeah, they are.
Gonna have
Hi,
pups.
Carrie. This is Libby Weaver from Fox News.
Oh.
Hey, would you stop leaving your underwear in my mailbox?
Again?
If you don't stop, I'm going to have to call the police, Carrie. Bye.
Yeah.
Yes, this is the in vitro fertilization clinic at the University of Utah calling for Ralph Allred. Mr. Allred, we have the sperm sample you left with us yesterday, and, well, I'm not sure what to say here. The sample you left with us, it's not human. Please
Bill,
return our call.
Bill, you're supposed to...
Oh, I didn't understand.
Leave yours. Wait, not... Never mind.
Hi, Carrie. This is Shauna Parsons from Fox News. Listen, you've got to stop leaving your underwear in my mailbox. This is getting absolutely
turn this
ridiculous.
off?
I have
Number
called
two.
the Salt Lake Police,
Could we turn-
and there is a restraining order against you, so wise up.
Can we turn
Bye.
this off, please?
Way to go, Carrie.
None of any...
Add it
Bill?
again.
It's Chunga.
What?
I got my big toe caught
Oh,
in the
no.
water spout of the tub again, and
Oh,
I can't
no.
get it out.
Again?
I've been here for about 2 hours, and I'm lonely, and the water's too cold. Bill, I ran out of beer, and I'm down to my last cigar.
This happens to
Now,
you.
I know you said that last time this happened, you wouldn't help me again, but everybody else has said that too.
That's right.
Can you come over?
No.
Please?
No.
Well, I see...
Make sure you bring some soap, okay?
Well, I see you got out okay.
Well,
I mean...
finally,
Again, you did this.
Mike Summers came and got me out.
Well, how nice of him to
he
do
brought some soap and...
How nice.
Your little sponge bag.
Yeah.
All right.
Carrie, Al Bain from K-Bear calling.
Oh, Al Bain.
Look, do me a favor. Quit leaving your underwear in my mailbox.
we
And I
turn-
know they're yours because I don't know anybody else that wears Ren and Stimpy and Simpsons underwear.
Can we
So I
turn
know
this
they're
off?
yours. Wouldn't mind as much if they weren't soiled, but quit leaving them there or I'm going to have to call the authorities. See ya.
So the little problem is back, eh?
I was wondering what that was in my mailbox, Carrie.
Way to go.
You're sick.
Nightfall.
Radio from
Okay. 10:49 right now. Do you have any more leftover news there?
Let me look and see. I think
Well, it's brought to you by Bar Harbor New England style lobster bisque, semi-condensed.
You know, as long as you keep doing that, there won't be room for any real sponsors. They'll say, well, they're getting all that Bar Harbor money. They don't need...
I'm just a small business. I can't afford what Bar Harbor brings.
Where did you get that?
I don't
It's not
know.
some- it's not
Joe
something
bought
you-
it.
Why?
I don't know. He's got stuff in the pantry I won't touch. I'm surprised I'm holding this can right now.
Yeah, I wouldn't... Boy. Let's see.
It's as close to fresh off the docks of Maine as you can get. It says right on.
I don't want anything fresh off the docks of Maine. I don't. So you think about, I got to go on a little vacation of some kind this summer. What can I do? Oh, maybe rent a house. Airbnb, huh? Would that be a good idea?
No, I don't know if I would.
I don't know. There is a little risk in everything we do in life, said infectious disease physician and associate hospital epidemiologist at Tufts Medical Center. Her name is Gabriela Vazquez. Everything from now on is going to require a lot of trust. Platforms who rent houses will have to attest to having it cleaned properly. The virus is so new, however, that it's hard to know exactly how to sterilize against it. This means if you do rent a house, you probably want to bring your own cleaning supplies.
Yeah.
And your own standards of wiping things down. So if you're going to do an Airbnb, which actually we've talked about, trying to just get out of here, a little bit and someplace close by that you can drive to, but it's a change of scenery.
Yeah, we're gonna go camping. That's our getaway this summer. That's our getaway for the next year. The only thing we're going to be able to do is go camping.
Susan Geschel was up and getting her coffee at around 6:45 in the morning when she heard something pounding on her front door. Now, this is in Fort Myers, Florida, so it could be anything.
Yeah.
And to her surprise, there were 2 7-foot alligators outside of her home. It says here her Pelican Preserve home in Fort Myers. And they were pounding their snouts and tail on the front door of her home because they were fighting. So it's 2 alligators fighting on her porch. They broke one of the windows. Gershel said she was nervous because one of the alligators had clamped its jaws on the body of the other gator and pinned it on a wall. They're fighting, she said. She called her husband Joe. She captured the moment on video, posted it on Facebook. She said the alligators were on her property for about 20 minutes, having
Were
it
they
out.
drunk?
I don't know as they were fighting. I think maybe they were doing something else. She didn't see where the alligators went, but she said there is a pond near the area. They probably went there, and they made a mess of my front door. By the way, she lives in a place in Fort Myers called Pelican Preserve.
Ah.
Sounds nice.
Pelican Preserve. I don't know, it doesn't sound very nice to me, because I've been to Florida.
There's
I
no
know-
nice place in Florida.
I know it's a trick.
They trick you.
Yeah.
You see that opening
give
of the Miami Vice TV show, and you go, "Oh, what a wonderful place!"
Mhm.
And then
Just
they
a trick.
trick
Yeah, it's a trick. You name something that sounds nice in Florida, and it ends up being a trick. So you want to go to the places in Florida that don't have nice sounding names, like the
Like
Tampa
where?
St. Pete area. Actually, the last place we went in Florida was nice, and it was in the Tampa St. Pete area, but I can't remember the name of it. I had no idea that this even existed. It was just a little key there, and it's so you could see if you. So I recall you could see the Tampa St. Pete area. You were like 5 minutes away, but it felt like you were out in the middle of nowhere, on an island almost. We rented a house there, a beach house. It was very nice. We had a visit every day from Walter, the blue heron. He sort of lived on the deck. The people who owned the house left a note, said, "Oh, the blue heron that comes every day is Walter. He likes hot dogs." So you might want to buy a pack of hot dogs, and sure enough, we bought a pack of hot dogs and fed Walter hot dogs whenever he came around.
Well, and we went to a radio convention down there, didn't we, in Miami?
Mm-hmm.
Miami,
nice.
yeah. What?
That was nice.
It was okay, except the other time we went to Miami, it was North Miami, and there was a horrible windstorm for most of the
never
whole
went
time we
outside.
were there. We could hardly go outside. I think maybe the last day we were there, we managed to go outside. But we finished our show. If you'll remember, we were doing a broadcast, and we finished our show, and my wife said it was Minnesota Key. Oh, and there was another bird there too who came around, Kurt Russell. There was the big blue heron, Walter, and then the other bird, small, it was an egret named Kurt Russell.
Did he have an eye
But,
patch?
No, no, he didn't. Anyway, so we were doing our show in Florida, poolside, as you'll recall.
Yeah.
And just as we finished the show, the wind kind of started kicking up. And it kicked up, and it started blowing our stuff away, and it got worse and worse and worse. We're going, well, this is not. And so we go inside. Gale force winds for 3 days straight. Gale
Stuck in
force
a
winds.
hotel room.
Yeah.
I wasn't stuck. Sue and I rented a car, and we drove to Universal Islands of Adventure and rode the Hulk coaster.
That was so long ago. We had little Bill with us.
That's
He was
right.
just an infant at the time, so we didn't go anywhere. We stayed in the hotel.
Weather, Gina?
Oh, it's hot for days, and you guys were. Katie was saying it's really windy downtown, and
Yeah, it's windy here too.
Yeah, it's windy here as well.
And hot. 92 for high today, 87 tomorrow, 91 Wednesday. Maybe by Friday we'll have a chance of some showers, but looks like the week is mostly sunny and hot.
Oh, you probably can't. You probably can't hear the wind over your furnace.
I turned it off.
Oh.
All right, well, let's do the promo and crawl toward the exits here, shall we?
Yeah, let me find that. I know I have it here somewhere. Okay. All right.
Well, it's been a hell of a year already, and we just barely made it to June, so bring light to your mornings with Radio from Hell.
Tomorrow, be ready right at 6 a.m. as we have a special guest calling in all the way from Australia.
It's Bert McCracken from The Used. He's going to be talking with us about their new album that was just released.
And, of course, we'll have our COVID-19 Task Force weekly update at 7:45, a wellness check with Nurse Nicole Lamb from Nightingale College at 10:30 in the morning.
Don't miss everything going on Tuesday's Radio from Hell show on X96.
I have to hang around and do a bunch of commercials.
Lucky
I don't.
you.
Yeah, lucky.
I'm going to go have some lobster bisque.
No, you're not.
You're not.
I'm not going to have lobster.
All right. Well, we got all business. We got it all taken care of.
Mm-hmm.
Everything good?
Yep.
Good job, Katie. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
It's as close to fresh off the docks of Maine as you can get without actually being there.
Corey is next.